Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment.
You are married to an African American woman.
Yes, I'm married to an African American woman. I remember distinctly a conversation I had with my father when I was in elementary school, where I went up to him one day. Of course, I didn't understand everything that has to deal with racism or race relations at that point in my life, but I did realize that I was attracted to, in more than a social way, women of all ethnicities. And I remember distinctly going to my father and saying, "Dad, would you mind if I did marry a black woman one day?" And his response to me was, "As long as she looks good, I don't care what color she is."
If you ask me if it was like a conscious choice to pick a darker skinned woman versus like a lighter skinned woman, for me, not really. It wasn't an effort to go find the deepest, darkest chocolate sister out there and get the full on, for real deal, straight from the motherland.
African American woman.
All right, how's everybody doing today? All right, good to see everybody. Sorry this late's a bit late. This late's a bit late. Sorry, this live's a little bit late. Um, but it's good to see everybody. And I want to talk about the power couple. Okay, you've seen the video I shown before, right? And it's this one here. And I'll put it up here.
I remember distinctly a conversation I had with my father when I was in elementary school, where I went up to him one day. Of course, I didn't understand everything that has to deal with racism or race relations at that point in my life, but I did realize that I was attracted to, in more than a social way, women of all ethnicities. And I remember distinctly going to my father and saying, "Dad, would you mind if I did marry a black woman one day?" And
Okay. All right. Some of us white men are attracted to black women. Okay. And I had a similar conversation with my father back in the day when I was a boy, before I was even dating. And I asked him if it would be wrong to marry a black woman. And he says, "Oh, you like black women?" And I said, "Yeah." Um, like Donna Summer. And he was like, "Yeah, that ain't going to happen, but you'll find a good wife." But, some of us are attracted to people of different races that look different than us. And this video, this guy is talking about it. He says he's attracted to all women of all ethnicities, right? For me, I was biased. I favored black women over other women. All women are beautiful, but black women to me were the most beautiful and still are. Um, but anyway, I'll show this video and then we'll get started.
his response to me was, "As long as she looks good, I don't care what color she is."
If you ask me if it was like a conscious choice to pick a darker skinned woman versus like a lighter skinned woman, for me, not really. It wasn't an effort to go find the deepest, darkest chocolate sister out there and get the full on, for real deal, straight from the motherland. And I didn't think that that defined blackness to me. You're not more ethnic if you're darker. It's just, that's how to be who Joni was. But when you look at her, there was nothing about that color of her skin that defined her.
All right. All right. That video said, and I want to clear up a misconception that white men prefer darker skinned black women. Some might, but really, us as white men, we love black women, and we really don't look at skin tone or how dark or how light or any of that craziness. We just we're attracted to black women. We love black women. We think they're beautiful. We think their features are beautiful, their hair, um, and black women inside and out. What I love about black women is their character. Their emotions. What I love is black women have a big heart and they're loyal. That is a beautiful trait a black woman has. Now, if she gives her loyalty to the wrong man, that won't be good. But if she does to the right, it'll be a blessing. Okay. Um, you know, but there are quite a bit of white non-black men that love black women. Okay. Regardless of what you've been told. But anyway, I want to show you this video real quick, and it's a TikTok. I'm going to have to turn it down because the music in it, I don't want to get a copyright claim with the music. So anyway, I'll put it on here and show it to you.
And it was all yellow. Your skin, oh yeah, your skin glows.
Okay. This video here, okay, is a TikTok video, and it's talking about nobody prepares you for when a little boy asks to bring his first girlfriend to a movie date. And then you see in this picture, it's a little white boy and a black girl. Okay, that is the future right there. And as more interracial relationships are happening, more people are opening up their option. You're going to see this, and you're seeing this in younger children. Okay, they're not of dating age, but they see each other as a boy and a girl, right? And when they get older, as a man and woman, you're going to see more interracial dating, more interracial marriages, and that is a good thing. And when it comes to black women, white men, the power couple, we're winning, and we win again every time. Okay, not every interracial marriage is going last, right? But when you look at the data, the most successful marriage is black women, white men. It is what it is. The worst is black men, white women for some reason. It's like polar opposites. It's crazy. But this is a cute video. You see two kids that see each other as kids, right? A boy and a girl. They'll become a man and woman. And as we move on, more interracial dating is not such taboo as it used to be, right? It's becoming more of a norm. More people are opening up their options. Unfortunately, there's still haters, people that try to tear you down because you love somebody of another race. It happens. But, as a power couple, we're strong enough to overcome that foolishness. All right? Okay, let me pull that down. And I got one more. This one, okay. This video, okay, this tells interracial stats. And I believe it's from a white woman, actually. And she breaks it down, and it's really good. It tells you, the marriage stats, statistically, who is the most successful and who is the least, okay? And after I play this, I'll talk more about it and show you guys how the power couple is winning again, okay? We won Loving versus Virginia. We're winning again today in today's world. Our marriages get better, okay? It lasts longer, okay? We're finding love, and we're accepting each other more and more often, which we should, okay? But let me put this up here real quick.
A white guy is almost 45% less likely to get a divorce if he marries a black woman than if he marries a white woman. It's actually shocking that it's that high. Marriages including a black husband and a white wife were more prone to divorce than those composed of black husbands and black wives. So,
Okay, did you hear that? Okay, the most successful, she's saying, is black women, white men. More successful than, two white people being married. More successful than two black people. Okay, us as white men, we do much better with black women than we do with white women. It's true. Okay, and black women do better with white men than black men. Okay, I know people are going to hate to hear that and be mad at me and probably call me a racist for telling the truth, but I don't care. It is what it is. But anyway, let's continue with this.
black men are the best off with black women, and they're the worst off of any racial pairing. So, Hispanic and black, white and black, white and Hispanic, Asian and Hispanic, out of all the pairings, a black man and a white woman are the least successful statistically.
Oh, you hear that? Black men and white women are the least successful. Wow. But black women, white men are the most successful. Interesting, right? We already knew this, but it's true. Out of all the studies they've done, this is true. Black men are better off statistically being married to a black woman. Okay. Black women, on the other hand, are better off opening up their options. And the best option a black woman has statistically is with a white man. And with white men, we're better off marrying a black woman. We're more successful. Our marriages last longer. White women are more out to divorce white men than black women are. Okay? It's true.
White women are most likely to have a marriage end in divorce than any other race of women. And that's where I get into how it is beneficial for white women to know this. And it's nothing that we should be like offended by or anything like that. Again, these are statistics. People have lives that go against statistics every day. Now, here's another similarity between white men and black women. Black women make the least amount when they're with a black man. A white man makes the least amount of money when he's with a white woman. So that is kind of unique. Okay, but this is what I really wanted to get into because this is shocking. Of all the pairings, right? So the white man with the black woman is the most successful of all interracial pairings, right? That is with the fact that a white husband and a black wife are more likely than any other racial pairing to be going into that marriage as a second marriage with children, both of which substantially make divorce far more likely. So imagine if white men and black women didn't have to wait until they were like 50 and divorced with kids to realize that they're actually a good match. Imagine if people were kind of more open.
Okay, let me stop it right there. She makes a good point, right? White men with black women are more successful with marriage. They're more successful with income, meaning when a white man marries a black woman, he's going to have a better marriage. It's going to last longer. He's going to have true love, and he's going to be more wealthy with a black woman than a white woman. Let that sink in. And black women have the lowest income, right? But when we get together, we're more successful. Not only in marriage, not only financially, but our children are more successful statistically. Okay? There's always an exception to the rule. But look, we are winning, and we are winning big. And I tell you, there are haters out there that hate to hear this, but it is the truth. And there are people that will try to destroy a relationship you have. They've been trying to do that to me and my wife ever since we got married. But you know what? We adapt, we overcome, and we can't be stopped. We're the power couple, you know? And we do better in marriage. We do better in love. We do better in finances. Our kids are more educated. Our kids tend to do better than any other group. Okay? And this is a white woman doing this study, doing the research, right? And she's amazed. And it would behoove white women, black men to listen to this if they want to improve, seriously. And black women, white men, we need to embrace this and accept that we are the best for each other. Okay? We need to not be apologetic for being the power couple. We don't need to apologize for being the best option for each other. We need to embrace it. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
From the beginning, just how even more likely to be in successful marriages a white man and a black woman would be. I asked my husband, I was like, how could it be this stark? Like, does it really just boil down to gratitude? And he was like, you know what, Cassie, I think it does. It's like, hey, we're both like the people that get, all the crap from our respective communities. It's relatable. Like, they can kind of relate on that level. That's my guess as to why, even despite all the odds against them.
Yes. Let me make this point. Okay. In our communities, white men are blamed for things that go wrong. And in the black community, black women are blamed for things that go wrong, right? We both take the blame. We both do the work. We both lead our communities. And when it goes bad, we take the blame, right? But in reality, in our communities, who are really failing is white women, black men. Seriously. And when we get together, black women, white men, we appreciate each other. We don't take each other for granted. We appreciate one another. The love we get from each other, we appreciate it. We embrace it. We are the power couple. And look, if you find out the truth, if you're a white man, you find out the truth about a black woman, and you feel that love, you're not going back. Okay? You won't want to go back. It's the way it is. Okay? And that's a beautiful thing. And look, me and my wife has stood the test of time, 30 years, and we're going strong. You know why? Because we put in the work. We both take responsibility. We both pour into each other all the love we have. And you know what? We last. We lead the way. And I know there are betas out there that hate that because they can't have as successful marriage as we can. But the reason is because we put in the work. We appreciate black women. We love black women. We think black women are the most beautiful women on earth. And when we fall in love, and I'm speaking from a perspective of a white man that loves black women, look, my heart belongs to black women. It does. That's why I married a black woman. That's why my marriage has lasted. I appreciate black women. I don't think that I have a privilege to be with a black woman. I look at it as a blessing. Okay? And that's what it is. If a black woman allows you to be part of her life and she loves you, that is a blessing from God. That is not something you're entitled to. I don't care if you're white or black or whatever you are. Okay? And if people realize that more and understood how valuable and amazing black women are, the world would be a better place. But black women, white men, we are winning big. And you know what? Nobody could debunk it. They could come out with fake stats and try to spin it, but still they can't, because the data is overwhelmingly successful when it comes to black women, white men. It just is. Okay, I embrace that. I think it's a good thing. But anyway, let's continue.
The white man and black woman is the most successful racial pairing. For black men, you hear a lot of the blame for the low marriage rates, for women not being compliant, women not being submissive, they're not feminine enough, they're not, this or that enough. I mean, it turns out that when black women date interracially, they tend to actually be capable of being, good wives and having successful long-term relationships.
Yeah, and let me add to that, okay? And I've heard this many times being said. I've heard black men complain, oh, well, when black women, when they're with a white man, they act more feminine, more submissive, and this and that. And I listen to that and I think, wow, you know what? But it's true. And here's the reason, okay? As human beings, we can sense if someone has love for us. We can. And men and women can feel what a person's about. Us as men, when we're around feminine women, we know it. We're attracted to that femininity, right? Well, women are attracted to masculinity, okay? And when they feel that, naturally, they're going to be more submissive. And us as white men, we pour into black women more than black men do. We show more love. We express ourselves more. We give more of our resources, more of our love. We do not take black women for granted because we don't have, guaranteed access to them. We don't feel like we can just have access. If she gives us access, we really embrace it because a lot of times we don't expect it, right? So when something you have to work for, you really appreciate that. I know I did. The first black girlfriend I had, I was in seventh heaven that she, gave me the opportunity to have a relationship with her, that she accepted me. I appreciated that. I didn't take it for granted. My marriage, I did not take it for granted, and I do not. To this day, I love my wife. It's a privilege to be with her. And she gave me that privilege to, when she accepted my hand in marriage, she said, yes, that was a privilege. That's a blessing from God. That is something that you can't buy. That is not something you can earn. It comes straight from God. It's true love. And we embrace that. And look, and I think a lot of times our counterparts do not appreciate us like we appreciate, like black women and white men appreciate each other. Our counterparts take us for granted because we take such good care of our counterparts, right? Brad don't get as much love from Becky as he does from Keisha. You know why? Because Becky expects it. She's been taken care of her whole life. She's been pampered. She's been put on a pedestal. She's been treated like a princess. So she expects the white man to do that for her whole life, from her father to her husband. Okay? And us as men, we should do that. But she takes it for granted. Does she not? And I'm not going in on white women. I'm just telling you the truth. Now, when it comes to black women, guess what? They put the black man on a pedestal. Okay? They fall on the sword for the black man. They, protest for the black man. They throw their love towards the black man. They do whatever it takes to try to uplift him and try to make him successful. Do they not? Black women are doing the same thing for black men that white men do for white women. And our counterparts, unfortunately, take us for granted. They just expect us to do this. Okay? We are the workhorses in our community. We lead our communities. We are the leaders. So when we open up our options as white men and black women, guess what? We find somebody that pours in the love that we do and appreciates each other. And when you got two positives together, it's just going to get better. Okay? And we're winning. again and again and again. And look, I promote interracial relationships. I do. I think us as people, we got to integrate. You know, when we started integrating, right? Not just eating together at the lunch counter, but we need to come together as a family. We need to come together in marriage. We do. That's God's will, serious. But, you know, unfortunately, Tyrone and Becky are doing it the wrong way. Okay? And I'm not saying all, there's always an exception, but for the most part, they're doing it the wrong way. Brad and Keisha are doing it the right way. They're strategic. They appreciate each other. They're looking at it as an investment instead of a good time. Okay? And in our culture, the white culture, you know, there's still marriage is still in our culture. Okay? I know marriage rates are going down across the board, but it's still in our culture, right? And if you're a conservative white man like myself, I'm traditional. I believe that marriage should be between a man and woman, and we should have children together. I believe in that conservative way of living, right? The family values, man, woman, and children. Okay. And that's how I've been raised. When I was little, I knew one day I would get married. And you know what? When I found the love of my life, I didn't waste time. It didn't take me 8 years of being me and my wife being fiancés. That don't work. It took me 2 months to propose to my wife. People say, oh, that's too fast. You got to get to know her. Take a few years. No, that's BS. You know when you're in love. You know if they're meant for you. I did. And you know what? My marriage has lasted longer than anybody in my family. And I'm telling you, I have the most successful marriage, and I chose the black woman. And statistically in society, we are the power couple. We have the most successful marriage. And let me tell you, do not be ashamed. Do not back down to these beta pieces of crap that will try to destroy you, that will try to hurt you, that will attack your family, your wife, your kids, because they hate the blessing you have. Do not let that get to you. We are the power couple. We adapt, we overcome through everything. Nothing's stopping us. You know, and I would say, you know, and I would say to black men out there that are not doing the right thing, that are not giving black women the love and respect they deserve, even though they're giving you everything, this is what you need to do. Okay? You need, and don't get mad at me as a white man because I got a black woman, a black wife, and my marriage is successful. And don't get mad at me because I tell the truth. What you need to do is compete with me, follow me, or get the hell out of the way because black women are too valuable. They're too beautiful. They are a blessing from God. And if you don't understand that, you need to go somewhere and hit the wall alone. Because I'm tired of this crap. And look, and people, you know, out there, and you know what? I'm going to be on YouTube till the end, till I can't be here no more. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to promote interracial marriages between black women, white men, and I'm going to keep pounding and pounding in my life, at work, everywhere I'm at. I'm going to promote it. It's not going to be a secret that I love black women. It's not going to be a secret that I promote it. It ain't going to be a secret. I'm going to talk to white men and black women and tell them to open up their options and get to know each other. I am not stopping. And you betas out there, listen to me. If you don't love black women enough to marry them and give them everything, step aside. There are men out there ready to make their move, ready to show black women love and respect and make them our wives. And if you don't like it, tough shit. Get the hell out of the way or compete. You know, there's a saying we had in the Army: you lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And this is the same thing when it comes to love and marriage. And if you love black women, you compete, follow, or get the hell out of the way. And that's what I would say, because here's the real deal. Women are the prize, okay? And We as men need to compete. And look, black women have the option to be with any group of men they want to be with. That's their choice. And us as men, we need to compete for that. I love black women. I've been competing for black women ever since I dated. You know why? Because she is the treasure. She is the prize. And I wanted her to be my wife. And a lot of these betas are making it easy for us white men because they won't even marry black women. They won't even show them love and respect. I'm like, really? Okay. Step aside. I'll walk in and do it. You won't marry her? I will. And I did. And I'm successful. And don't come up to me, you betas, and say, well, what about slavery and Jim Crow? Well, I wasn't part of that, and neither were you. So step aside or compete. Let the woman choose who the best man is. That's what men do. Men compete against men. Men do not compete against women. Men have a problem with men. They step up to men. They don't step up to women. That is the most gay. I'm sorry. You know, I'm probably going to get dinged on that. That is the most feminine thing to do for a man to attack a woman. I'm serious. I got these beta pieces of crap attacking my wife because they're cowards, because they can't compete, because they don't have what I have, a good marriage, a good family. They're not successful. They're beta. They're weak. So what do? Attack my wife, my family. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's like a little girl that's, you know, crying and complaining. And what kind of man sits there, bitches, and complains about the women in their community? If you're doing what you're supposed to as a man, women will follow you. And if they see a real man that's doing something and making things happen, she'll follow you. She will love you. She will give you the love and support. Especially black women. Black women are the most loyal. And when they love you, you know it. And you got a blessing. But unfortunately, we got some betas that want to be the princess in the relationship. They want the woman to work hard for them so they can have their little Xbox and play a game. Ooh. And then she's supposed to work 2 jobs, come home, submit to you when you ain't doing nothing. Really? Let me tell you, it's a 2-part deal. If you're not doing what you should as a man, a woman should not submit to you. How could she? If she's got to fill the role as a man, how can she submit to a beta male? Seriously. Maybe you need to submit to her because she's the... I mean, seriously, I see this stuff and I'm like, wow. But you know what? We're doing it. We're making it happen. We are the power couple and we're winning. We were winning back in the day. Now the data's coming in and it's proving it. We're being validated. And people are mad. Look, I got a lot of haters out here. I do in this YouTube streets. These betas hate me like no tomorrow. They hate my wife like no tomorrow, which she's done nothing wrong to anybody. But, you know, they hate us because we're successful, because we have true love. And we're getting the best from each other. We have it all because we give it all. And when you want submission, you need to do what you're supposed to as a man. And if you're doing what you're supposed to as a man, she's going to submit to you because she wants to, because she loves you. And you're going to do what you're supposed to as a man, and it's going to come natural. You're not even going to think about it. You're going to just do it. That's what power couples do. And we're winning big. Let's celebrate this. Fight the good fight. Look. And I talked to my wife today, and all this crazy crap that's going on. You know what she told me? She says, you know what? They're attacking us. They hate us because we got a blessing. They're going in on us because we have it all and they don't. They hate us because we're blessed. They hate us because we love each other. They hate us because we're successful. And we're showing the world that black women, white men are the best option. And we're showing we can love each other. And we're showing we're more successful with each other than our own racial groups. And that's what they hate. But the more they hate you, that's just telling you the more you're doing the right thing. And let me tell you, haters are going to come. They're going to attack you. I get attacked all the time. But you know what? People do hear my message, and there are people that love me. You know, and it's amazing. When I'm at the lowest low and things are going so south and it looks like it's coming to an end, and you know what? For some reason, there's a guardian angel up there. There's a few of them out there. They say, you know what, Roadrunner? I love you. I know what you're about. I love you. I'm here for you. And I'm like, wow. And somehow it works out. The people that hate me and my wife, they will always hate us because we're blessed. Okay? But the people that see the true human beings, you know, that see me as a man and my wife as a woman, as two loving people, they see it. They see the truth. They love us. And you know what? Love will conquer hate every time. But as a power couple, sometimes you got to fight the good fight. You're going to be treated unfair. You're going to be attacked. It's not going to be right. It's not going to be fair. Look, you can watch my YouTube and see the craziness going on in my life. You see my wife being attacked. But you know what? We're the power couple. We adapt and overcome. That's just who we are. We have character. We have power. We have love. God Almighty has shined his light on us. And look, there's nothing to be ashamed about. And I'm telling you, and ladies and gentlemen, you're in an interracial relationship, you know what I'm talking about. You know what we had to go through, whether it be the white community or black community. And I would say, you know what? I'm living my life. I love black women. I have a black wife. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I don't care what community thinks. The white community, black community can kiss my butt. I'm doing me. I'm doing what's best for me. And I'm doing what's best for my wife. And if you don't like the power couple, oh well. Oh well. But if you were smart, you could learn from the power couple. Just saying. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. I just hit 7,000 subscribers. Oh my God. This is amazing. Check this out. 7,000 subscribers. Oh my goodness. See that? Wow, I didn't know. I'm amazed. Somebody said just made 7,000. Wow, you know what? I'm grateful. I'm humbled. I never thought I would get past 40. To be honest, I didn't. And you know what? I'm not a professional radio host, and I'm not talented and a great speaker. I'm just an everyday guy that just tells you how I feel. And you guys have shown me love. You guys have, you know, even though I have flaws in my life, even though I'm not perfect, even though I have problems here and there, you guys have shown me love. You guys have lifted me up. You have lifted up my wife. And, you know, the beautiful thing is, and look, you guys know what's going on. You know the craziness, right? And it does get you down. It does upset you. But you know what? I've been flooded with emails. People tell me, you know what? You and Sandy, stand strong. We love you. We know, it ain't right what's being done to you. We know these people are haters, but we're here for you. We love you. We think you guys are awesome. And other interracial couples have written me and said, hey, just hang in the fight. We're the power couple. We're going to make it work. And you know what? There's no doubt there, me and my wife know it's going to work out. We're going to be successful. We are the power couple. And it's not that we're better than anybody. We just make better choices. We don't take each other for granted. We give each other love. We give each other everything. Thus, we get everything. That's what the power couple does. And let me tell you guys, even though what's going on, I'm ecstatic. I'm happy. Gosh. This has been an up and down thing. I've had people show me hate, and I've had people show me so much love. And, it goes from ups and downs, but, that's life. But the love I've been getting, I've been getting love from other content creators that are much bigger than me, more talented, better at this than me, so much bigger than I am, and showing me love, treating me like, I'm on their level, which I'm not. And I'm lost with words. And I just, even the worst times, you'll see the blessings that come in. And it's amazing. And you guys do this. You guys lift me up. I don't deserve 7,000 subscribers. I don't deserve 7, really, if I'm going to be honest. But I do appreciate it. I do. I mean, you guys just being here make me feel better than I am. And that's amazing. And I embrace that. I love that. I just, but guys, we are the power couple. Look at the stats. I'm going to show you this right here. This is a PowerPoint deal I made a while back, and it's just a few notes. The power couple, longest lasting marriage, most successful, 50% less chance of a divorce than a black couple. Okay. Black women, when you marry the white man, you have a 50% less chance of a divorce than marrying a black man, right? And we don't want anybody to get a divorce, regardless of who you're married to. But look at that. Now let's go down to 3. 44% less chance of a divorce than a white couple. So you got 50% and 44. Not much difference, right? What's that say? That says black women, white men are meant for each other. Statistically, right? And you know what? That is true. In my life, I have white people all around me that married the white woman, all right? Or white man, white woman that did that, right? Stayed within their race. And none of them have as successful a marriage as I do. White men, black women are leaders in our communities. We protect our counterparts, do we not? Do we not? White men have been protecting Becky for centuries. In fact, when Becky cries or goes, or Karen or whatever, there's been times that people have gotten hurt or been deleted because a white woman flips out or cried or said something, even lied. us as white men in the past have went in a frenzy because of the women. We put them on such a pedestal. It's crazy. But black women do the same thing for black men, do they not? Look at the protests that were going on. Mostly black women protesting for black men, being out there putting themselves in danger for black men. And you know what? We give our counterparts everything, and they take us for granted. They really do. And not all. I mean, but statistically they do. So when we come together, we appreciate each other because we feel the love from each other. We feel the appreciation. And we're able to embrace each other because of that. We are. Look, and I didn't grow up as a touchy-feely guy, but you know what? When I married my wife, I hug her a lot. I still do. I'm always showing affection to my wife. I just feel I got to embrace her all the time because I love her. But this little slide says pretty much what that lady was saying. Okay, same numbers. She must have looked at the same stats I was. She must have looked at the same research. We are the leaders. Both alphas. Black women, white men are alphas. We have to be. We have to take the lead because our counterparts are not doing it. They're not. And I'm not saying all, let me put that disclaimer. Not all, but most. Okay? Our counterparts depend on us a lot, and they take us for granted. A lot of the time they do. So when we open up our options and come together, it's such a beautiful, wonderful thing to have someone that appreciates you like you appreciate them. And it's nice to be lifted up instead of having to lift up the other all the time. Seriously. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this. And look, the power couple were winning again. We win every time. These betas out there, they can't compete with me or most white men married to black women. They can't. You know why? Because we put everything in the black women. We can express ourselves, how much we love black women. We have no problem sharing our resources with black women. In fact, most of the time we give our wives more resources than we give ourselves, and we just do it naturally. And for some reason, we have more than other men. I think that's a little bit of God's math in there, right? Do what you're supposed to as a man, you'll be blessed. And here's the thing. In our country, and I believe this to be true, there's going to be a judgment upon us. Well, there's several judgments, right? But there's one big judgment, and we're all going to face this as men. And it's how we treat women, right? A big part of it's how we treat black women. Because black women are the least protected, most disrespected. And I'm telling you, God's going to come down on us hard. The most spiritual women are black women. They're more in tune with God. And I tell you what, there are black women out there today praying to God that, for a husband, for a man that will treat them right. And if you don't do that, God help you. But if you love her and you give her the love and respect she deserves, you'll be blessed. I believe that. And it's not necessarily marrying a black woman, just a man that shows her love and respect, treats her like a beautiful woman she is. That don't mean he's having an intimate relationship with her. That just means he's showing love and kindness. We're going to be judged on that. Don't kid yourself. It's coming. I believe that. I think about that all the time. I've even had dreams about this. It's true. Black women are the most loving, most caring, and pour more into a relationship than any other woman. It's true. I've seen it. I believe it. Not to say other women won't love you. They do. But I'm saying black women really give you everything. When she loves you, she'll give you everything. And if you treat her right and be a man, you're set for life. You're set for eternity. But that's the power couple. We win again. And why are we winning? Because we're coming with true love. We're coming with a pure heart. We're coming with love and respect. And we're looking at what the other's needs are. I'm telling you. And we're winning. And embrace that, guys. Embrace that. Don't be ashamed of that. That's a beautiful thing. That's a good thing. Okay? And I think it's God's purpose that black women, white men do come together, fall in love, get married, have children, and show the world how it's supposed to be done. Let's do that. Show the world what true love is. You know what? And me and my wife, Sandy, have shown the world what true love is. And that's why we get a lot of hate. Because these people don't have love in their heart. They don't understand. All they understand is ego, greed, and themselves. That's it. They don't know what love is. And one thing I've been taught from black women is how to give love and how to receive it. Seriously. From just observation, giving everything, putting the other above yourself. That's what black women have shown me. Now, I've seen that from other people too, but what I'm saying is black women know how to love. They do. But anyway, I just wanted to get this message to you guys. And I wanted you to see these TikToks, the woman with their stats. She's been saying the same thing I've been. The stats line right up. It's out there. The stuff I'm saying is true. And people hate it because they don't want to believe it's true. They want to believe, black men are the best option for everybody and white men are just racist, evil people and can't love anybody. They want you to believe that. But when it comes to love and character, that's not a skin color thing. That's a character thing. It's what's in your heart that matters. Okay? I have a heart. I have a big heart. And black women have shown me love. I have a lot of love for black women. Okay? I'm married to one. So, that should say it all. But I see amazing things in black women. Stuff they are doing, success that black women are having. And most of the time have least amount of resources. That shows character. That shows something that's amazing. A woman's degree is important. I hear men say the degree don't matter. They don't mean nothing. No, it does mean something. It means that the woman worked really hard to improve and she achieved a goal. And black women are moving up financially in this world. They're doing it pretty fast, really. They're in corporations. They're in boardrooms across America. They're making things happen. They're in our nation's capital running our country, really. Black women are doing amazing things. There's 2 black little girls that solved a math problem that hadn't been solved in 2,000 years. Tell me black women ain't amazing. You can't. But I see it. I can see the truth. And when my heart was opened up, I knew black women were amazing at 5 years old. There's something about black women. I knew that as a boy. There's something about them. There's something about the love they have, how they treat people. There's something about them. And when you see them, they're beautiful, right? But see, I've learned to love the right way. Learned to see the beauty in black women as a child, from the heart to the outside, right? Most people learn to love from the outside in. I learned from the inside out, starting with the heart, you know, the love she has. Most people don't get that till, they're attracted to her, how she looks, get to know her, and then, get to her heart. I went the other way. I think I went the right way. Because when you love somebody you see their heart and soul and fall in love with that, the physical part's no problem. It's tougher to go with the physical into the heart. I believe that. So people say, I said I love black women all my life. They think I'm crazy. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to love your own kind and accidentally maybe fall in love with a black woman. Why? Why do we lie to ourselves and say, well, we love everybody the same and whatever happens, happens? Not with me. I was very biased. I was very strategic on who I dated and who I wanted to be with. There were reasons. Yeah, I did discriminate in the women. We discriminate all the time when it comes to dating. We don't just say, oh, the first one that's, kind and loving, here you go, come on. Or just the first one that comes your way. No, we don't do that. We're very picky. And hey, we should be. And especially when it comes to character and stuff, we got to be very picky. We got to have standards. As men and women, we do. We can't just, oh, she's fine, so I'm just going to be with her and marry her. Okay, well, that's great. What if she really don't love you? What if she has no character? Okay, you just wasted your time. And same thing, ladies, with the man. You might think he's everything you wanted and you're in love, but does he have a good heart? Does he have character? We got to look at all areas. I'm going to drop the link. I'm not going to stay on too long. I wanted to get this show in and I wanted to talk about the power couple. I do talk about it here and there. And we should embrace what we have. And we should encourage others to get to know each other. Encourage black women, white men to open up their options to each other. And black women, you have a choice of all men. Make it about you. You don't have to just stay with the black man. There's the white man, there's the Asian man, there's a Hispanic man, get out of that pond and go to the ocean. Make them compete for you. You don't compete for the man. And if he wants you bad enough, he'll give you everything. If he don't give you everything, he don't really love you. But anyway, but there's the link. I'll leave it for a few minutes and then I'm going to close. We've been on about an hour. So if you guys want to come up and talk about this, give your opinion. If not, we can close and enjoy the rest of the night. Tomorrow, I don't know what time yet. I will have a prayer meeting. Okay. And there's some things I want to talk about. And, but I'll talk about that in the prayer meeting. I want to cover, faith, and I want to cover obstacles in life. Okay. And, we all get hard times. Okay. Whether it be financial or with love and friends or whatever. But anyway, hello, fun one.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. I've been listening to your show, and I want to say, I think that was so powerful when you said, either compete with me or you follow me or get the hell out of my way. I was like, wow, like he's
Yeah,
not playing.
yeah, and that's how we need to be because look, there's something amazing about black women. Black women are amazing. They're doing amazing things. And when you open up your eyes and look, I've been dating since I was 16 and I've dated black women exclusively since then. And my wife is black. I've been married, you know, it's going to be 29 years next month. And I had to compete. And as a white man, uh pursuing black women, um, I was at a disadvantage because I'm a white guy. Black women, they don't know what to think a lot of times about you. It's you got to get out of your comfort zone and stuff. And and if I'm able to compete and be successful, other men should. And look, and I say this to black men all the time: you have a beautiful blessing. Black women love you. They're more loyal to you than any other women are loyal to their men in their community. And that's a blessing you have, and you're throwing it away for your ego, for being with other women or whatever, but you have a blessing. And you know what? There's men like me that see that blessing and that love black women, and we're willing to give everything, our heart, you know, our emotions, our spirituality, our resources. We're ready to come in and compete, and
Yes,
we're coming with everything. And what I
absolutely.
mean is, don't cry and complain about it. Compete with me, follow me, learn from me, or get out of the way. And I said that because my time in the army, we had a saying, right?
Mhm.
You either lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way because we ain't got time. You know,
Yes,
we have
yes,
leaders that lead and we have followers, and followers one day will be leaders, but you got to do something. And if you're not, you
yes,
need to get out of our way because we have a mission. And when it comes to dating, that's why I said that. But
yes.
anyway,
And
sorry, I
that's
get long-winded.
no, no, it's okay. That's what I wanted to also talk about because I wanted to let you know and explain to you that in the Black community, Black women are tricked into thinking that when compete, white men compete, it means racism, that it means it is
Yeah.
white supremacy. It's not. It's a brainwashing that they're doing because they're telling Black women basically this is what's going on. Black men lost the race. Black men lost the war. So instead of saying we lost against white men, they conquered over us, they're saying, oh, it's white supremacy. They're racist. Don't date them. They're going to kill you. They're going to beat you. Be afraid of them. And I've
Mhm.
had that experience myself where a black guys, once I got older and I started to be around black males, more black people, they were trying to tell me white men don't like you, this and that. I said, excuse me, where did you get this information from? They're like, we just know because we're men. I said, well, that's so funny because I was raised by a white man. I've been going to
Yeah.
school with little white boys since elementary school. The first time a white male has ever said he liked me was on the playground in the first grade. He's like, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" So I was like,
Yeah.
"No, I have enough of experience to know that's not true." I understand racism. I understand there are a group of white people that practice racism. I understand that's how the United States, the white men collectively use that to have power so they can come to this country and take over. That was one of their tactics to winning this, competing. And
Uh-huh.
because because white men are smarter in that way, that where they can use tactics or strategies to overcome other men, black men are saying that those strategies, those tactics makes them bad, when really no, it makes them intelligent.
Mhm.
You can sit here and say white men are bad because they don't because of slavery, but slavery has been shown in history to happen to all groups of people. It's
Yeah.
just the strategy and tactic used to overcome other groups. What it is that black men are not strategic and tactical like white men. They're not smart enough to put a military together and get their group together to fight against other men. They cannot compete because you have to have intelligence to compete. White men are smart in military tactics and things like that. They're strategic. So they're black women are. I'm saying this because I want black women to hear that black men are brainwashing you to think to not be with white men who are smart, who have been through many wars and won many wars. White men are on top because they are smart and intelligent and they know how to win wars. Not only that, white men are on top because they know how to take care of a society. They know how to run a country. White men know we have to be prestige and we have to be great in science, technology, in engineering, and medicine in order to take care of our people. Black men haven't mastered any of those things that I said. Those are all things you need to run a society and to keep an economy alive. Or sorry, to keep a society alive. And you need to have all these things so you can run the economy. So to tell black women, when black men are telling you not to date white men, they're telling you basically, don't get with these white men who know how to survive, who know how to be leaders, protectors, and providers. It's a trick. And the thing about it is that black women don't understand is that while they're telling you not to get with white men so you can survive, they're trying to get with the women that are white so they can survive off the white women and survive through white women's privilege. They want to connect with white women so that they can benefit from whatever the white woman's getting from white men. Let me tell you a story. Example. I know a black guy that is friend with my cousin. He on purpose went on the internet, looked up all of the bankers, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, and looked at all the bank owners and looked at their families to look for their daughters. They were white, to go and seek those white females out to date them so that he could be financially stable by dating a white girl who has a father that's in banking. So black guys look for white females that they can actually use to get up higher in society. Black males are practicing hypergamy, which is a woman thing to do. It's not even a man thing to do.
It is. And women need to be practice hypergamy because, well, and you got to think about it because she's got to have a man that can take care of her and their children and have a place to live. I mean, it's just natural. But I would say the white supremacy thing, and I find it interesting that they call a white man with a black woman white supremacy when they don't even know what the definition is. White supremacy means white superiority. That don't mean dating black women. That don't make sense. That's not the definition. It's actually the opposite of white supremacy. You're not putting your race first. You're putting the woman that you love first. That's not white supremacy. That's just loving somebody that's different than you. White supremacy means white only. And I don't know why people don't get that if they look up the definition. Anything that's supremacy means it by itself. And you could take black supremacy, right? There are people that think black is superior and they only want to be with black. That's the true definition of racial supremacy. You can't be a white supremacist married to a black woman. It don't work. I mean, I guess you can have the ideology, but you're a contradiction if you do. I mean, it don't make sense. But yeah, it's a scare tactic. It's to make black women feel like, you're with this man, you're trading your race. No, you're just going for what is the best option for you. And that's what I did in my life. I chose the woman that was the best option for me. And it happened to be a black woman. And, and people thought I was crazy, but I'm still married and they've been in divorces and separations and look, but I just, yeah, go ahead.
I said, I'm going to make it simple for all the Black women to understand this. Back in the primitive days where they so-called, cavemen days,
Mhm.
basically the woman's natural instinct was to find the alpha, the one that can hunt, the one that can protect. If you take that same small concept as a woman, no matter if you're white, Black, Asian, or Hispanic, and you look at the world and you see there's 7 continents, and of those 7 continents, 5 of them are ran and controlled by white men, you can see easily white men are the alphas.
Mm.
It's that easy. This has nothing to do with skin color. It has nothing to do with skin color. Which men are the alpha males? Which men are the ones that can provide you, you and your child in the future generations as well, stability to stay alive? The whole purpose of humans is that who's going to keep us alive? Who's going to allow us to evolve? It's white men. Technology, science, engineering, medicine are all ruled by white men, not Black men. So Black men are not going to keep humans alive. White men will. This is about staying alive. This is about evolving. This is about continuing the human race. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's the Black race, the white, the Asian, whatever group of men can continue humans to live. That's the men you want to be with. I don't care if you are purple or green.
Yeah. Well, and that should be the mindset. We choose what's best for us. And I've said it and I'll say it over and over. Black women, white men, we're the best option for each other. We are. Statistically, it's playing out. It's every study they do. And
Brent,
yeah.
do you know how it actually is? It's not just for us. See, we have to understand that as men and women, when we're together, not just Black men and when any couple gets together, we live here in the United States. When men
Yes.
and women get together, you're contributing to this country.
Yeah.
You're helping your country when you marry each other. So that Black woman that has that business degree and that white man that's a CEO as a company, they get together and they contribute to society. They both help society. When they have children and then their children are educated, their children then picks a career or something that will help society. When you have strong people that have the same morals and values and belief systems and they create strong families, that makes your country strong.
Yeah.
So white men and Black women united is making the United States strong. Let me show you. So the COVID-19 vaccine was discovered and made by a Black woman. A Black woman saved everyone in the United States. Go look it up. Who she's an American citizen. She's from Africa, but she's an American citizen. She's still a Black woman. Do you know how much
Yeah.
money Black women? Do you know how much money Black women help the United States? All of this plastic surgery that white women, Hispanic women, and Asian women are getting made the United States $564 billion. That means Black women's beauty made the United States rich.
Come
You know
on,
how much
preach
it
it.
is for, you know how
Yeah,
much it is for
you're right.
yeah, lip injections. Oh, millions of $100 million are being made because women want to have lip injections, their lips to look like Black women. $50 billion in the hair industry because girls want to have braids and dreadlocks and their hair done like Black women. Black women are bringing so much more money than any other woman in the United States to the United States. So Black women contribute to society and to this country, and so do white men.
Yeah. And
Yeah, you want to know the quickest way to piss off an entire stadium of white women? Walk in with a black woman on your arm.
yeah, right. I've done it.
Well,
They'll want to.
I'm a black
They'll,
woman, and I don't want white women to be pissed off
Yeah.
at all. But what I'm saying is that it benefits society.
Well-
Black women just being here in the United States. Not only that, black
Fernlin, there's a
men.
little bit of Karen on all those white women. When a white guy
Yeah, they.
shows up, that's desirable, and
Mhm,
he's got a black woman on him, a black wife specifically.
mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot of narcissism because white women want to be praised as they're the best, and I understand. Well, I don't understand because I'm not a narcissist. But what I see that is as a woman, this is how I think as a woman, right? Let me tell you. Let me give you an example how I want to help my man because I date. Obviously, I married a white man. When I was young, it didn't work out because we were too young. I got older and I dated a white man, this is my boyfriend. And we went to Glamis and he had friends there and they were talking about women and stuff. And I was saying, why they were like, well, what's the benefit of a black woman being with a white man, or how does a white man benefit from a black man? I said, has any white woman told you the secret of how you can rule the world? And then he was like, what do you mean? And I said, has any white woman told you the secret of how to rule the world? And he was like, no. What would that be? I said, I'm a black woman and I would know how to help you as a white man to rule this world. Take racism out. You white men need to marry black women, Asian women, Hispanic women, and white women. If you have all the women, you populate and all the world will become white. No white woman has told you because they're really not on your side. A woman that has a king is going to help her king to lead forever.
Yeah.
A black woman will help a white man to lead forever if he loves her and takes care of her. And that's why I said, white women sometimes to me, it's like they don't want white men to be the leaders of the world. They don't want to help white men. Like they're going against their own men who provide for them, gives them the world. I don't understand. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not understanding the ungratefulness or how I had to explain to a woman when I was in college. She was bragging to me and say, I'm going out with a black guy. And I was like, that's great. And she was like, why aren't you mad? The other, black women get mad. I said, because I don't date black guys. So it really doesn't affect me. And she was like, what do you mean? I said, I date white men. And she's like, why do you date white men? I said, because I'm attracted to the most powerful men in the world. Who runs your government? I said, honey, look at your money. It has all white men on it. That money is used in the economic system where everyone has to use this money to survive. You have to buy your groceries, your gas, your health insurance, pay for your apartment. So food, shelter, clothing, your whole survival is based off of their money system, their economy. I had to explain this to a white female, several white females that don't understand their own white men's power. And I'm a black woman and I understand it.
You know what's amazing about this? We don't understand. Our counterparts don't understand what they got. Black men don't understand the blessing they have in black women, how amazing they are, how loving they are, and white women don't understand what they got in white men, and it's like they're casting us both out, and then when we come together, we're in power. It's it's meant to be, and somebody told me. I remember I did a live and some black guy says, well, white women are leaving white men in droves. And I said, really? Okay, well, it's working. That's good. It don't bother me. I don't even know what the percentage of white men or white women are doing. I don't care. And, like you were saying, you're attracted to white men. I've always been attracted to black women. And it's not just their looks. Of course, they're the most beautiful, but it's the character they have. No, I'm serious. I mean, black women have it on all cylinders when it comes to love, nurturing, when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to physical beauty. I mean, you can't, other women cannot compete. They try to get surgeries to look like black women because black women is the true beauty standard. Society
Yes,
won't tell you that, but it's true. Look at
I
what people
already
are doing.
know.
Yeah, they're not saying, "Oh, well, let me have surgery to look like Becky." No, they're not.
I
And
knew once they start tanning their skin to get darker, I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense.
yeah, right.
Why are you trying to put braids in your hair and darken your skin and get a big butt and then say this is all mimicking of black women? And that's why I figured, oh, this is like jealousy. This is narcissistic behavior that they have because they think they're competing, but it's not a competition. Because I have a biracial daughter and she looks, uh, it doesn't matter how she looks. She's biracial.
Yeah,
And with me, like I said, I'm backing up the men who took care of me. I was raised by a white man. So I grew up and married a white man, and I have a daughter that's half white. And so I said, because I grew up and I was raised by a white man that took care of me so well, and then I married a white man that took care of me, I'm going to teach my daughter also, you need to be with a white man too. That's not because his skin is white, but because look how he takes care of you. Look how he protects you, provides for you. His leadership is good leadership. The ones that are doing good, because there's some that are not doing so good and they're making
yeah,
the leadership look bad. But you guys have to fix that. Men talk to men about those things. So it's a benefit dating a black woman because once we see a man will take care of us and provide, protect us, and love us and lead us, we're loyal to the core. It's in our
yeah.
blood to be loyal to men, but black women need to break off being loyal to men who are going to throw you under the bus and put you in danger.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what's funny? I had a similar conversation with my son, and he told me, he says, "Dad," and he says, he was talking about Asian women. Are Asian women more submissive? And because somebody had told him that, I said, "Son,
Mhm.
the most loving women, the most submissive, the most loving women, the women that will give you everything." I said, "It's the black woman." I said, look at your mother. Does she love your father? Oh yeah, of course, Dad. Does she love you and take care of you? Yeah, you and your sisters? Well, yeah. I says,
Mhm.
okay. I said, son, you can marry whoever you want. That's your choice. But I'm telling you, you need to look at black women because I'm going to tell you they are the best choice. And and I told him, I said, if you want the best woman, the most submissive, most loving, the one that's going to support you the most, it's black women amongst all. You just have to be a real man and do what you're supposed to. And of course, find the right black woman. But statistically, black women are a better choice than any group of women. Seriously. Regardless of the race of man, the black woman is the best choice. And I told my son that. And I encourage him, you know, to get to know black women. And people say, well, that's not right. You should just tell them, love who you love and do what you want. Well, he has that choice. He's a grown man. But as a father and wanting the best for my son, I have to let him know black women are the best option. It is what it is. And people have told me, well, his kids, they'll look black. I don't give a damn. I just want them to be successful. And it's weird that people will throw that colorism crap at me like as if I care. I don't care if my grandkids are look black or look white or in between or whatever. I don't give I just want them to be, successful, good loving people. That's what I want. How they look, I don't care.
Well,
And
my thing
if
is,
we did it statistically for the best option, my daughters are going to be looking more white, my son will be looking black. I mean, and that's okay. I want the best option for my kids.
but what about for your daughters then? Because I taught my daughter
Huh?
white. I taught my daughter she needs to be with a white man, but not because the skin is white. Because with women, especially being a black woman and
Yeah.
under you're having this, you're not protected thing. There's no leadership. There's the black males are not providers.
Mhm.
I told my daughter, you need to be with the white man, not because of skin. You need to be with the man that's at the top, the most dominant man. This is what white females or white women teach their daughters. You need to be with
Yeah.
the white men because they have the money and they can take care of you, provide for you. I grew up hearing that when I went to my white friends' sleepovers and parties. White women promote being with the men at the top.
Yeah.
So I'm telling my daughter, you need to be with the men at the top. I don't care if they were green, purple, yellow, but you for your survival. So I think even if I had a son, if he's biracial, I would be telling him the same thing. Now, if my
Yeah.
son, if I was a white woman and I had a white son and his father was white, he was purely white, I would tell my son, you can be with any woman you want to. But because I know my son would be mixed, I don't want him to create a baby with a female, even if she's beautiful, she's great, and she's a great woman, and then the baby suffers and
Mm.
goes through racism. And no, I don't want that to repeat. That's also what black women we need to no, we don't want to keep on repeating this cycle where we're at the bottom and our children are at the bottom and our grandchildren are at the bottom. No, that doesn't make any sense. If you never have protectors, if you're gonna have a baby with a black guy and you're biracial, you need to think of what that baby is going to go through.
Mm.
And that they're going to be treated a certain way. My daughter's biracial, and I see that because she's on the white side, like she looks white. People can't even tell that she's mixed because I'm not a beautiful chocolate dark skinned woman. I'm more of a caramel light brown black woman, right?
Mm.
So my daughter came out looking more white. She doesn't have my hair texture. She does not have my skin. So she even sees my daughter that she's treated differently when she has white skin. A woman came up to me and my daughter and said, "Oh, your daughter looks like Justin Bieber's wife because she looks white." And the white woman was praising me as a black woman that my daughter looks white. And a lot of,
That's crazy.
yes, well,
Ugh.
some white women, they are not mad when a black woman is with a white man. They look at your baby and they're like, "Oh, this beautiful baby, so beautiful." When I had my daughter in the hospital, I think there was like 10, 11 nurses in the room. They just want to see what my baby was going to look like. They're like, "There's this black woman and her white husband. We want to see what the baby looks like." And my daughter came out and she was pale. And they were all like, "Oh, this is amazing. A black woman had a white baby." They were so amazed by it. So some white people are happy. They're like, "Wow, these black women have magic. They can make white babies." And then some white women are mad.
You know what? You know what's funny about that? You know, my youngest daughter and my oldest daughter, they both look like me, right? They got the same features, but my oldest, you could tell that, you know, she's black, right? My
Mm-hmm.
youngest daughter looks more white. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Lighter complected, straighter hair, real long hair that grows forever. Um, and my oldest daughter has more coarse hair like my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and my son's kind of in the middle. So I mean, it just depends on how the genes. Like my youngest daughter looks like my mother. You know, she's little, cute, and has long hair that grows forever. And my oldest daughter takes more of a favorable black woman look.
Yes.
Um, you know, they're both beautiful. Don't get me
Oh, yes.
wrong, but I mean, my
All of them are
youngest,
beautiful.
you wouldn't know she's black because of her features. She kind of took my genes in that. But my
Yes.
daughter, you can tell she's black. I mean, and they're both, you know, my biological daughters and my
Yes.
wife's. You know, it just sometimes the genes, and my youngest daughter has light brown hair too. So it's, you know, just how I guess how the genes mix up or whatever,
Yeah,
but
and that's important though. Well, that's not important actually. The part I'm trying
yeah,
to say is, if you're a woman and you're really intelligent and you look at the where you live, the countries, the continents, this whole world, and you see that 5 countries are ruled by white men, you can kind of know the direction of who's going to be ruling. So you
Hmm.
want to point your children, if you love your children, in that direction, no matter what the color is. What if you guys were not white? What if you were green? I would tell all
yeah,
my kids, you need to be with the green people because they're
agree.
winning, because they're
You, you
smarter.
know,
They have more to offer. It doesn't matter. Do you see what I mean?
you know what? You know what's funny? I got my dad to admit that black women are the best option. Well, see, my dad, he's objective, right? He's never dated, uh, interracially or nothing like that. Well, he dated Mexican women because we're in New Mexico,
Are you
but
guys thinking individually though? Or you're speaking
huh?
collectively? Are you thinking individually or collectively? I'm speaking on terms of collectivism, like
Yeah,
surviving as a
I'm
whole
talking
group.
about collectively, but and I told him, I says, I gave him the data, and I said, Dad, you got to admit, black women are the best option. And he never dated or married a black woman, but he looked at it. He said, you know what, son? I look at you and your wife, and looking at this, he says, you're right. He says, what you showed me, black women are the best option. Now, my dad ain't attracted to black women. He's not. He don't hate them. He just never went there, right? But
Mhm.
he admitted it. He says, you know what? You're on to something. He says, black women are intelligent. They're highly educated. He said, I've seen it. And and if he can admit that, not being attracted to black women, that says something about black women. That says that black women have a lot of character. Black women are very intelligent. They're doing amazing things. I did a
Oh yeah.
video about these two high school girls that solved a math problem that hadn't been solved in 2,000 years. These are teenage black girls.
Wow.
And look, and this stuff is not put on the news day and night. We're not hearing about this 24/7 on CNN. We're not.
Oh, of course not. You're not going to hear that. You're also not going to hear about Henrietta Lacks. They're using black
Yeah.
women's cells to help white women who are aging fast
Yeah.
to reverse. So I know scientifically they need black women's DNA and cells and everything to help them to stay alive. So black women are beyond just smart. Our DNA in our body. Come on now. Who's making the
Yeah.
Michael Jordans, Shaqs, and Kobe Bryants? Black women are. Our DNA is
Mhm.
great. So it actually,
Yeah.
white men, even further than being partners of, being teams and being able to do things together, we enhance and help even the DNA. Did
Hmm.
you know that they're using black DNA to
Yeah.
help to fight cancer, white people? Like, come on now,
Hmm.
black women are amazing. That's why
They
some
are.
scientists,
And
that's why some scientists
hey,
say mix. Scientists that say mix is because they know the benefits of mixing with black women's DNA.
you know what's amazing is I look at my son, right? And he looks like me. We got the same body structure, but what's amazing about my son, and I think there's something going on. I think biracial kids, when it's white men and black women, it's like we get the best of our genes together. And I look at my son, and back in high school, I used to run like I was easily ran under a 6 minute mile, right? I would run cross country because well, when I was in high school, I weighed 122 pounds, right?
Holy
I'm
smokes.
the same height I am now, right?
Mhm.
So,
You
and
weighed
I,
120 in high school?
yeah, 122. Yeah.
Wow.
And I was 5'9" then, like I am now, right? Um,
Mhm.
but I could run long distance. I wasn't super quick or nothing like that,
My
but
daughter
I
runs
can go.
6:19.
Yeah, I could run. In my time in the Army, I was running 2 miles in 12 minutes, 30 seconds. I was fast on 2 miles. On a 100-yard dash, people could beat me on that. I'm not
But I was
fast in
really
that
good.
way,
Mhm.
but long distance. But I look at my son and it's like he's 6'1", right? I'm 5'9". Of course, well, my mom was 5 foot and my dad is 5'11", and my brother's 6'1" also. The men in my family are big. I'm a little guy
Mhm.
because of my mom, right? She's little. My wife's family, they're big men. They're 6 foot plus.
Mhm.
But my son's 6'1" and he's solid. His body mass, I mean, his shoulders is wider than mine. He's taller than me. His muscle structure is bigger. He's quicker when he runs.
Mhm.
Um, I
He
mean, he's
helps
just
you.
yeah. He's really physically superior to where I was,
Yeah,
and
he's big.
actually, intelligent wise, he's smarter than I was too. But of course,
That's
I,
generational too, though.
I yeah, I don't know if that's DNA or just I went to crappy public schools, but and he went to private schools. But anyway, but I'm seeing an improvement, and it's like we're taking the best of both worlds,
Yes,
and
and mixing them.
I think something's there,
Oh, it's
and
definitely there.
yeah,
So, to elaborate on what you're saying, my daughter is biracial. She runs the mile 6 minutes and 19 seconds and was offered a scholarship. My boyfriend, when he came with me to watch her run against the girl, she lapped them, and he was like, "Oh, it's because she's half black." And then we both start laughing, because yes,
hey,
he realizes the
Hmm.
enhancement of the DNA. And then
yeah,
also a note: my daughter doesn't need to go get fake lips; she has them naturally because she's half black. So, yeah, right. So it's like
you,
that's the great thing about white men and black women. We complement each other. Oh, we got the long tallness from your side, and we got the big lips from your side, and we got the athletic skills from your side, and we complement each other. I notice
hey,
when black men and white men, black men and white women are together, they concentrate so much on the skin color, and they say, "Oh, I want my baby to have light skin and this and that." And some girl told my daughter at school, "Oh, we have the good hair because we have white hair." And my daughter's like, "Actually, no, because I'm mixed with black, I'm not gonna get lice."
right?
Yeah, she's
You know
like,
what?
"My mom helped
Hey,
me with that."
hey, you know what's funny about that? Hey, look, and black women and white men, we come together and have children. We could knock out sunburn and sickle cell, right? Get
Yes.
rid,
Hey,
kill
there
two
you
birds
go.
with one stone.
Lower skin cancer too. Yes, lower skin
Yeah,
cancer too. And enhance, yeah, that's why I'm looking like, wait a minute. There has to be a benefit, even if you're like a black woman and you're with a black man and you get a black child. Your black child can run faster, do all these things, but they're not
yeah,
going to make it most likely because they don't have a father around. Even if your black child can run faster than that, they need their father. The black man is not there to see the value of the black child. He doesn't care. You see that one?
Hmm.
What's the gymnastics? The girl in gymnastics who became famous, and then her black dad tried to show up and pop up after she became famous to try to get money from her. He was a gold digger. He was trying to, not
but
Simone Biles. What's the other? Gabrielle.
Gabby, what's her? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, her black
Gabby
dad tried to
Douglas,
show up.
is that
Yeah,
right?
yep,
Yeah,
tried to show up. The
yeah,
mom did all the work, and then he tried to show up and try to say, "Yeah, look, I'm her dad."
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. They try to take it's like Hidden Figures. They try to take the accomplishments of black women all the time, black men do, and try to be like, "Oh, look what we us black people did." No, that's black women. I
You
had
know,
a
that's
black
scary.
man
My
tell me,
ex-wife did that to my own kids.
"See, Yeah, that's what I'm looking like. Wait a minute. Black women need to wake up and see black men are just taking advantage of you. It's not, I'm not being rude, but there's more smart, intelligent black women out there than there are black men. So
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't make
true.
any sense as black women for you to waste your intelligence on a group of males who don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to lead. They're not protectors. They're not providers.
I when I was 27, I got a vasectomy because I felt guilty every time I made a baby. They were born with a 15-inch head.
Oh,
What?
I
Okay,
just felt
Corey.
guilty, so I just quit doing it.
It's a joke. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
know.
saying. I think there's a lot more benefits of black women with men who are green. We're gonna call you guys green, so people can stop saying, "Oh, it's because their skin is white."
Yeah,
A black guy told me, "You're only going out with white men because their skin is white." I said, "What?" I said, "No, that's why you black guys date out your race."
that's it. And look, you know what I think it is, kind of, and I know I'm going to trigger some people when I say this. When black men and white women get together, it's almost like black male worship in a way. It's like black women try so hard to identify with blackness and try to act like a black woman, and it's weird. It's like, yeah, they and some of them will turn into privileged Karens, thinking they can check black women because they're with the black man,
Well, that's the reason
and
why they get with black women. That's the only way they can compete. They need a
yeah,
black man in order to try to compete with a black woman, but their competition is fake because the things that they say are not real. Like, what they need is the black guy that hates himself. So white women
yeah,
are that date black men, most of them, not all of them. Basically, they hate black women. They're jealous of black women. It's a I want to feel like I'm superior or over you. It's white supremacy,
yeah.
and she wants to feel like I'm better than you black women. So I need a black man to tell me my hair is better because I had a cousin, and at a family reunion he kept on saying, well, white women are better than black women. I said, oh yeah, well, prove it, tell me how they're better. And I said, start from anywhere. He says, oh, the way they look. I said, okay, start from head to toe. What's better about the black woman? You said her hair is better, or white woman, her hair is better. Tell me how. He said their hair is better. It's straight. I said straight hair doesn't mean you have better hair. They get
No, that
lice
just
in their
means it.
hair, and they have to wash it every day. I don't get lice in my hair, and I don't have to wash my hair every day. So my hair
Yeah,
would actually technically be better than hers.
well, that's true. And as white people, we have to wash our hair every day. We do.
I said a white
Um,
man, he can have lice, and he can have to wash his. He can wash his hair every day because he doesn't have to be pretty. But what you're doing is trying to compare beauty, and they're not
yeah,
more beautiful. If you then he says, well, their skin is better. I said, how? They age fast. They get skin cancer. They burn in the sun and peel. That's not more beautiful than a black woman's skin. Black woman, we get air in the sun, it starts to get really shiny. We get vitamin D.
yeah.
So
Well,
no, she's actually not more beautiful. She's just a regular person. She's not ugly. But
yeah,
you're scientifically, the white woman's body is not better than the black woman's body. You can see more
no,
definition and muscle. I have muscle all over my bodies, and I'm 37. I weigh 117 pounds and have muscle all over naturally. I don't have to get steroids. I don't have to go work out at a gym. I'm 37 and people think I'm 18 years old. So my DNA is better than yours, Becky.
right. Well, hey, let me
No,
tell
you're
you.
not.
Hey,
That's what I'm
hey,
saying. They lie, and then then the white girls go and lie to the black guys and say you're better than a white man because you're a king. No, you're not a king. The white man rules this country.
right. I, well, look,
It was just it's basically just two narcissists, Brent, pumping each other up, telling each other lies. Well, you look the best. Well, you're the
yeah.
leader, and neither of them are the lead. He's not the leader, and she's not the best looking.
Hey, you know what's amazing is when black women, white men get together, they love each other and they just want to be left alone. But when
Yeah,
black men and white women get together, it's like they got to tell the counterparts how much better
they
who
are
they're
than the
with
other.
is.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
they
like
want to show
black
hate.
men
Their
will,
relationships are based off of hate.
yeah, and ours is love. We don't care what. See, when I went with my wife, when I dated black women, I didn't care what Becky thought or Karen. I didn't even think about them. I just want to be left alone and be with black women because that was my preference, right? I was
Right.
happy.
I
I
have a
didn't want,
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, and then I have a question after you're done.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, I didn't care what Becky, Karen, or anybody thought. I thought black women were the best. So that's who I want to be with. And I want to be left alone. And black women are the same way. When they're with the white guy they love, they don't care what the world thinks. They're just living their life, right? But
Mm-hmm.
when Tyrone and Becky get together, it's like they got to advertise it and tell, oh, look, white women are better. They got straight hair and pale skin or whatever the hell. And then Becky's like, yeah, I got me a real king and this and that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
all
really?
fake.
It's like, okay, well, congratulations. But it's
Mhm.
like, it's,
It's
and,
like
and
being in a room
I'm
where
not
two people
saying
are
all,
competing with everybody.
Yeah,
yeah,
well, that's the thing. They think they're competing, but they're not. You are saying this white
yeah.
girl has better hair, but she wants her hair to be braided like a black woman's hair. She goes and gets her hair done like black women. They date the black men in order to get close to black women to learn how to dance like black women, sing like black women, dress like black women, do their hair like black women, talk like black women, walk like black women, get big butts like black women, try to cook greens and fried chicken and potato salad and sweet
Okay,
potato.
you're getting me hungry. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. They're trying to do everything they can to try to learn about black women so they can be black women. And the same is for the black men. They're trying to get in with these, they're trying to date white females so they can learn how white men are ruling everything. Get your
Yeah.
white dad to hire me and get me a job. Tell your white, how does your white dad do this and do his money? Ask your white dad to show me how to get a mortgage, a loan, how to fix my credit, how to buy a house, a car. Yeah, they're both using using each other to try to get to each other's opposite sex to learn from them because they are jealous. Black men are jealous of white men because white men are above black men. When it comes to a man and what defines him, rulers, leaders, protectors, providers, white men are at the top. So black men are jealous that they can't be men like white men. When it
Yeah.
comes to black women are the number one in being feminine, creating
They are.
hairstyles and beauty, their bodies, teaching dancing and singing and loving and they're number one in it. So white women want to learn how to be just like a black woman.
You know what? Hey, I'm going to share something with you guys. Look, and I have said this. I tell people, I've told people, I said, because sometimes people say, well, who hurt you or that kind of crap when you're in an interracial marriage. No, you know what I'm talking about, right? And I
Oh yeah, I've
say,
heard it.
the only white woman that broke my heart was my mother. Other than that, no Becky has anything to do with my heart. She can't break it. Black women can tear my heart in half and they can, because my heart belongs to black women. And listen, this started when I was a boy and it went throughout my life. And I remember when my father raised me, but on holidays I'd go see my mother and spend time with her, right? And my mother, she worked, but she would leave me with the babysitter. And this girl was a teenage black girl, right? She was, I think, 17. But she treated me well, right? And I think she would have treated any little boy or girl good because we're
Mhm.
children, right? But I
Yeah.
remember she would call me big guy, right? And when I was little, I was little. Um, and that meant a lot to me. As a boy, she called me big guy and gave me candy. I mean, look, if you're a boy, a little boy, and you're 5 years old, and someone calls you big guy and gives you candy, that look, you won me over. But I mean, but not to be
She was
not to be
she was
funny.
instilling strength. No, she was instilling strength in you, and black women do that. That's why,
Yeah,
but it could
yeah,
be bad because look how they've instilled all this strength in black guys. You're a king, you're great, and now they're so
yeah.
big headed, and they really think they're kings without doing the work.
Hmm.
But I look back in this and I remember everything about this girl and this young lady, and I remember as a boy I was so in love with her. I thought she was amazing because she was kind to me. She showed me love, and I remember, and her family went to church, right? So they'd take me along, and I remember sitting in the pew and I was hugging her arm. I was like, and I just felt so good. It was like, and I remember that the memories are so clear. In my childhood, there's lots of stuff I don't remember or what happened, but I always remember that. And I remember my mom saying, and I asked my mom about her. I said, "Do you remember?" She said, "Yeah. Oh, I loved her because you were a mess. You would always get in trouble, and you were hyper, and you did. But with her, you were on your best behavior." And it's because in a way I was in love with her, and it was a love that I just thought she was awesome. She was kind to me. It's like a child that loves you because you treat them good, right?
Hmm.
And I think that's where my life began when I started seeing how beautiful black women are. And that's when I started loving black women, starting with their heart. And I think about this. And I always had insecurities with my mother, right? Because my parents were teenagers and my dad took care of me. But I remember times my mom wouldn't show up, and I would tell my dad, "Where's mom? Why isn't she here?" And I would break down crying as a boy, right? And my dad was harsh on me. He wouldn't accept me crying, but when there's my mom, he was kind of okay, son. But he would try to explain it and try. It was almost the opposite of what black women tell me they go through with their father not there, or they want them to be there and the mom has to kind of break it down and what's going on. And my dad was doing that, right? And I mean, I love my mother. I have a relationship with my mother. I don't have no hate towards her. I know she was a teenage mother, and my father was a teenage father. It is what it is. My dad married my mother, and he did the right thing, and I turned out okay. But I think that's where the love I've had for black women started. And look, back in the 70s, and I say I gave my heart to black women in 74. I was 5 years old. And back then, I remember black women, I seen so many positive images of black women. I remember seeing Donna Summer. Who didn't like Donna Summer back in the 70s? Seriously. She was a beautiful black woman that could sing and was talented. I remember Good Times. You guys remember that show? Yeah, white people watch that too. I remember Thelma and Good Times. I thought she was so beautiful, right? You remember the Foxy Brown movies, right? Those silly movies. But I thought she was beautiful. I I seen these images of black women. I remember back in the day, Diane Carroll. That was the most beautiful black woman ever, really. I remember seeing black women in that light. I remember it was positive. They were beautiful. My mother and father never told me that I wasn't allowed to think black women were beautiful. So I never had that. So when I talked to my dad and I asked him, is it wrong to marry a black woman when you get older? I asked him that as a little boy. And he says, well, no, if you really love her, there's nothing wrong. And I says, well, what if I had a girlfriend or a wife that looked like Donna Summer? And my dad laughed. He says, son, that ain't going to happen. He said, "You're a little white boy from New Mexico where people don't even know that's a state. She's black, she's beautiful and famous. No, you don't have a chance. But hey, I'm sure you'll find a wife that loves you, son." That's how my dad was. He was brutally honest, and
But
I
at
love
least
him for that.
I'm glad that he didn't teach you racism. And that's another thing
Yeah,
when you were talking about black men and white women's relationships. They don't last because they teach racism. They don't last
yeah,
because their relationships are based off of looks and skin color. White men and black women's relationships are based off of uh, um, core things that are important, foundational things that are important: love, finances, being a part of, contributing positively to society, raising a family together, and the family is healthy. My daughter, who is biracial, she went to school and she was saying, "Mom, the black kids won't play with me. They say I'm not black enough. And the white kids won't play with me. They say I'm not white enough." So I said, "Well, play with the other kids that are mixed like you." She's like, "Oh, okay." So she goes to school. The next day she comes back and she says, "Mom, I don't want to play with them, the kids that are mixed." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because the kids that are mixed are saying that the black people are you see,
Hmm.
the biracial kids that black men and white women have, they're racist more than white children.
Yes. You know what? You
They have
look.
supremacist mindsets." I
They
was like,
do,
"Wait, this is crazy. Wait."
and you know
They
what?
teach their kids that you're better because you're light. My daughter has white skin. I never teach her you're better than a black female because your skin is light. No, I said, "Baby, you have privilege, but your skin is not better. You don't want to say you're better because your skin is white, and then you end up
Yeah.
aging fast, getting skin cancer, or you peel in the sun."
Right.
You don't want to. You don't want to say your
Well,
skin's better, and then they see you peeling in the sun, and you have layers coming off. You don't. I don't want to teach her a lie that you're better because your skin. I said, "You're going to be better. It's not even that you're going to be better. It's that you're going to be a great person because you're going to contribute to society. You're going to go to college. You're going to get a degree. You're going to decide how you want to help people in this world. You want to save people, become a doctor, a surgeon. You want to save people, become a lawyer. You want to save people, become an engineer. That's what's going to make you a great person, is how you're
yeah,
going to help out everyone else in this world so you can make the world a better place." That's what white men and black women teach their biracial children. That's why we
yes,
last longer, because we have a real foundation, we have a real purpose in life, and our goal together is to make the country we live in, which is America, great. So white men and black women is what is going to make America great.
that's right. So let's make America great. Let's open up our options. Black women, white men. Let's marry each other, have families, and make our country great.
Absolutely.
That's a good
I need some
political
funding.
point.
I want,
But
you know what? You know what I want to do too? I want to buy some land and build a community for white men and black women, and white men, but not only just white men and black women, but I want to do where it's white men and they have Asian wives and Hispanic wives and white wives and black wives
mhm.
in this community.
Well, you know what I always said, and I'll say this. I say if and I believe this. If we loved each other like God wants us to love each other, we would all be biracial by now. But we're not. I'm serious. If we loved each other like God wants us to, we'd all be biracial.
Well,
If
yeah, especially
as
in this country.
yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
if we were godly men and women and loved each other and tried to do our best as men and women, we would all be biracial. We wouldn't have the black and white community. We'd just be biracial. We would be. I believe that, and I think that's God's plan. Of course, man has a free will, and he don't follow God's plan a lot, but most of the time he don't.
Yeah.
But if we did, and look, that's why I could find love in black women. It's not that I was fantasizing about black women. It's that I fell in love with black women because black women showed me love.
It was your
And when they
experience.
showed me
Yeah.
love, I wanted that love as a child. And as I grew up, guess what? Since that love is in my heart, when I start seeing women in a different light, when I become a man and have desires, guess what? Who am I going to have a desire for? The women I love that has the love in my heart. So, of course, I'm going to marry a black woman because she's got my heart when she's got my love when it comes to her heart, her emotions, her character, and then you add the physical part, and it's all together. It goes together, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, I can't fall in love with a woman that has my heart emotionally, spiritually, and just want to be with another woman. I mean, that don't make sense.
You
So,
know, my uncle who raised me too, Brent, just to go off what
uh,
you're saying, my uncle raised me. I'm black. He's white. He took care of
uh,
4 black children. He raised 4 black children, protected them, provided for them, and led them. And they were all black. So when I see white men who are good white men and they
mhm.
have this like spirit that's so big and beyond, it was like, wow, these are like the heroes of the world. But I don't know they know it. I don't think they know that when they take their authority and position of leadership and they use it correctly, you have no clue that women are admiring you from all groups and races. Asian women, black women, white women, Hispanic women. When white men are good leaders and they take their power to protect everybody, you can grow up being a little girl saying, "Oh, that white guy on TV is going to be my husband."
Yeah.
Because you've already seen that. Really, that's how it was. I don't know why I was so attracted to Marky Mark and I was so attracted to Zach. Attracted to these white guys. And I didn't see anything wrong with it. I didn't know anything. It's not till I get around other black females. They're like, "Ooh, why you like that white boy? Why you like it?" I said, "Isn't he cute? Isn't he great? Isn't he this and that?" And I've always been attracted to white men. They're like they will take care of you, provide for you, lead for you. I see how the white race, and also because I was around black people, and I would go around black people too when I was younger, and I would see how the black community was versus the white community. So I could compare and see, okay, how black people treat each other and how white people. When I was in around black people in these black communities, they were so racist. I heard racist stuff from the black community, Brent. I didn't learn. I heard tar baby, blackie,
Oh,
charcoal. I heard all these racist things from the black community. The only thing I heard from the white community that was racist was the N word, but that was it. But then that was
yeah.
only in my whole lifetime, only a few times. Most of the time when we're around white people, when I was in school, I ran track, I did cheer, I was in gymnastics, I was the student body president, I was in softball, I was in flag football and soccer. And all the white kids, "Oh my God, you're so great. Oh my God, you're so amazing." I got all this positivity from white people. I did not get any positivity when I was around black people. It's, "Oh, you talk white. You're
You
whitewashed."
talk white. That one
Yeah, yeah,
still gets me.
yeah. And and
You-
and, and as I got older, my voice got deeper as a black woman because I sing, right? But
yeah.
everything was negative. Oh, when I was in school, "Oh my God, you can sing so well," from white people, white girls, white guys. Around black people, "Oh, you think you're better than us. You think you're better than us."
Wow.
So, yeah, my experience was like, wow, being in the black community is so negative. And
You
then
know
I'm older and I'm like, black women, run, run, run.
you know what's crazy is, my wife, she grew up in the suburbs, right? We grew up in the same town. We're from the same place, but my wife was in a better neighborhood than me. She lived in the suburbs where it was mostly white. And people make fun of me. They say, "Yeah, you went to go find a black wife in a white neighborhood." And well, yeah, that's what I did. But the thing of it was is
That
but yeah, it's funny, right? But the thing of it was is my wife would get teased or harassed a little bit because they felt she didn't act black enough.
Yep.
They felt they told her you don't talk you talk like you're white. You sound white. And she's like, "What do you
Yeah.
mean? I'm just talking." And she didn't use slang words or any of that. She just talked. And
Spoke normal.
we
The
were
black community, the poor part of the black community, the predominantly
uh-huh.
poor proportion, and it's a high percentage. They hate educated black people. The black people that's in the
Yes.
ghettos and poor, if you are an educated black person and you are around them, they will say, "Ugh, you think you're better than us? You're with the white man." So
It's
if
the
you
same
Yeah.
don't
way
get
in the white community.
corrected,
If somebody that's doing well, say somebody comes out of that neighborhood and does well, you can never go back to it because they treat you like a pariah because
Yeah. Well,
you're
that's
you're not one of them anymore.
yeah, that's what it. So that's what it is. Yeah, if you're
It
educated,
happens the
it's like
same
you're
way in the
not.
white community. Same
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
it
Okay.
does.
And we get the same experience. It's a class thing, then, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it becomes a
Yeah.
class
But
separation.
there is a racial element. And me and my wife, we went out to eat, right? And there was this young black girl, right? And she was pretty and she was a waitress. You could tell she was like maybe 21 or 22, really young, right? If even that. And she would when she talked, she sounded like a valley girl, kind of. And my wife sounded like that when I dated her, kind of, the white girl type. But my wife's a black woman, and this young black lady, she talked like that. And my wife looked at me. She says, "You know what?" She's like, "Wow. I bet she gets teased or harassed on how she talks." And
Yeah.
I looked at her and I said, "Yeah, you're probably right." And that's what's strange about that is why are we even thinking that? I mean, she was a pretty girl and she was upbeat. She was doing her job well. And she was just talking how her environment is. And this is the part of town where my wife grew up, where I live, right? I told my
Yeah.
wife, I says, when I retire from the army, we're going to move in the neighborhood you grew up in because that's where the best side of town is. And I was thinking, man, one day I could save up enough money we could get there, and we're there now. But it's like the same. It's like history repeating itself with the young black women in our neighborhood, like my wife was like.
Yes.
Um,
Yes. And they try
and
to
they
cover
will,
it up too.
yeah, and they will badger that young girl because she don't sound so-called black,
Yeah.
right?
There's
But
somebody in
she's
the
the
comments right here called Overachiever that's
uh,
lying and saying that that doesn't happen in the black community. I just want to let you know, in the black community, a lot of the black males will try to cover up the truth. They don't want you to talk about the bad things in the black race because they want to put on this persona that the black race is so great. Everything is the white man. The white man's the problem. But no, the problem in the black race, a lot of it is the black men and how the black men will try to always stop other black people from achieving things. And then
yeah.
he'll brainwash you saying the white man is holding us down.
Hey, let me say this, and here's a trigger warning, trigger. Look, and I'm going to be honest. This is what I think, and tell me if I'm wrong. White men are winning right now against black men. You know why? I'm going to tell you what the secret is. It's not because we're
No.
white or superior.
I
We're
know it's
not.
not good to white, but no,
No,
don't tell them. No.
no. Let me tell you why. You know why white men are winning? You know why we're more successful when it comes to jobs, when it comes to what we're doing? when it comes to dating and marrying black women, we're more successful than black men. You know why? I'm gonna tell you, it's too easy. It's
Go ahead.
because we're held accountable.
Oh,
Everything that went wrong in history in our country, who's to blame? White men. Okay,
yeah.
so we're held accountable, right? Even though
White
slavery's
people tell
not,
the truth.
hey,
Yeah.
but even though slavery's not my fault, personally, I'm held accountable, right? And
But wait,
racism. That's
wait,
and,
wait.
and,
That's
and
two-parted. Black men sold their race in slavery. Wait, wait,
yeah,
wait, wait.
but let
It's
me
not
let me
all white.
finish.
Wait, wait, wait.
I just want to finish
100,
my
100 white men on a boat didn't go to a whole continent and take all the people, those 100 white men. 100 white men that have bodies are not as strong. You're not built like Michael Jordan or Shaq. So how would 100 smaller white men go over to another continent and take all these millions of people? No, they had to have help. Black men sold their race into slavery. They're the biggest part. You can't buy slaves and get slaves if someone doesn't sell them to you.
yeah, but
So no, we don't even want. I feel bad for white men. White men are even saying, "Okay, we're accountable. We're being accountable for slavery," when it's not even all your. It's not even your
no,
fault.
no, no. I get that. No, I'm
It's
not saying
wrong
we're
to
all at fault.
encounter. It's wrong to encounter in selling people. White men should not have been. I'm gonna buy people. I'm not saying it's okay for slavery, but what I'm saying is black men have a part in there too, and that's how black
Yes,
men failed their black race by selling their
yeah,
own people into slavery. And they're trying to trick everybody to say, just say it's all white men's fault. And I'm not going to
yeah,
sit here and lie for black men and cover
yeah,
up and say, oh, they're goody two shoes. They did nothing wrong. No, they sold their own people, their women and children into slavery, thinking that would make them a profit.
yeah. You're
So
right.
black men are
Um,
always selling out their race. That's why it's so
yeah,
easy for them to say, oh, black women, bye. We hate you. We're going with the white race and we're going to date white women. That's why
yeah.
black men are dating out
Hey,
their race for survival.
yeah.
They're trying to
Let, let,
assimilate with the white
I,
race.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Let me finish my thought here, though. But
I'm
this is
sorry, go
why
ahead.
I think white men are winning, and
We
it
are.
it comes from accountability. Look,
Mm-hmm.
slavery's not my fault. Jim Crow's not my fault. I don't feel guilty about that, but I am held accountable. That's always thrown at me. And here's the thing: white men, okay, we're held accountable for everything we do, even stuff we can't control and we didn't have nothing to do with. But with that
Mm-hmm.
accountability, whether it's right or wrong, you know what we do? We strive to be better. You know what?
Fix it.
Racism is being thrown in our face. So, okay, I don't want to be racist. How do I just not be racist? So we try to
Yes.
fix that. Okay, how do I do better? So we try to fix that. We're constantly trying to improve because we're being told everything's our fault. And
And
this
none of
ain't
that
always,
concerns your leaders.
yeah,
And
yeah,
good
yeah. But
leaders want to
let me
lead
finish.
correctly.
Let
Mm-hmm.
me,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just want to finish the thought. Okay, not everything we're held accountable is our fault, and but because we're held accountable, we're trying to improve, and that's why we're winning. Look, when I approach a black woman, I know I got to be on my best behavior. I know I have to be on my A game. I know I have to prove myself to her, and I have to do better. And you know what? That's what's going to make me win, because when she truly sees what I'm doing, she sees a better option because I'm held accountable. When you're not wrong and it's somebody else's fault, when it's slavery, Jim Crow, and white supremacy, and it's not your fault because black men are not wrong, then you never improve yourself because you're never wrong. Does that make sense? I know
Yeah.
it might sound a little crazy,
No,
but
no, no.
that's why white men will win, because we are held accountable. I think the the best thing you could do to men is hold them accountable for their actions.
You just
Yeah.
hit the nail on the head. Black males are never going to change because they will never say they've done anything wrong. In the Black culture, Black
Yes.
men practice being players. It's a custom, it's a tradition in the Black race to psychologically play games on the Black women, making them think that they're going to be husbands, leaders, providers, and protectors. And they do this game with several Black women at a time. So on Monday, they have Monisha. On Tuesday, they have Tamika. On Wednesday, they have Wadrella. On Thursday, they have Tanisha. On Friday, they have Francisca. So they have all these girls every day of the week where they go to their houses each, sleep with them, you have the girls feed them, clothe them, bathe them, do everything for them. They hop from girl to girl to girl, getting each one pregnant. Then once the girls find out that he was cheating on them, he says, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. And he got all of them pregnant. Now all of them are poor on welfare. He just made his race poor. They're all poor now. He was never having intentions to take care of his race. Black males are not being accountable for their actions and how they destroyed their own race. You sold your women and children into slavery. You play games with them because you're players. You use them just for sex. You don't stick around and you don't teach the children anything. You're not educated, so you can't even teach the children anything because you don't know how to rule a country and you don't know how to be men. So white men can't blame themselves for Black males making up a custom of being players and not taking care of their race, making all these babies and not taking care of the babies, not educating themselves and going to college so they can actually qualify for the jobs. They don't even qualify for these jobs that pay $100,000, $200,000 because they don't have college degrees. Black males are the number one most uneducated males in the United States or in the planet. So these Black males are never going to say they did anything wrong because they want to be victims. That's why they also like to date white girls. So they can say, we're victims, like how you white girls say you're victims.
Yep. And you know what?
That sounds like a train wreck.
It is. But you know what? If it's not your fault, see, sometimes it's good for things to be your fault because then you say, okay, I messed up. I need to do better. But if you're never at fault, huh?
That's what we're talking about. They don't do that. They're not trying to get better. They're trying to play victims.
Yeah.
Instead of being men and step in place says, oh, we messed up, right? And fixing the problems, they're not. The only men that are stepping up and being held accountable, saying we're accountable, are white men. And guess what? White men are not even responsible for the Black race. Black men
I tell you, in the white community, if men say they're the victim and they keep crying, I'm a victim, we will discard that guy as useless.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. I've seen that. White men will say, oh, no, you need to take care of your children. White men, that's what I'm saying. Like, Black women need to see the difference. It's just, I have an advantage because I was raised around white men. So I'm able to compare white men to Black men and see that white men have rules that they live by. Did you know in the Black race, there's no rules for Black men at all? They don't have to marry you. They don't have to take care of your children. They don't have to provide for you. They don't have to protect you. They don't have to do anything. But they're the victims. They don't do their role, but they're the victims somehow.
Are you sure you're not describing the white women, the Karens and the Vicky?
Well, same thing.
It's the same thing. Why do you think they're attracted to each other?
Misery loves company.
They are attracted to each other.
I mean, I can't say all white women are like that. I can't say all Black women are like that.
All. We're not saying all. Like 8%
they're just the ones we can't forget about.
Yeah. We're talking only about the Black men who are the bad Black men who are going out and complaining about Black women and saying all these bad things about Black women. We're talking about the white females who are going out playing victim, and they're with Black guys trying to help Black guys look like victims when they're not. I remember this YouTube video I was watching with this girl Pearl something. I don't know her last name, and she was talking about saying black men are not promiscuous. Are you serious? She said it's black women. I said no. Black women are the least to date out their race. Black men are dating not even dating. Black men are going out trying to have sex with white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, black women, white
Anybody
men.
available, basically.
Hold on. White men, black men, Asian men, and Hispanic men. Black men are having sex with everyone. They don't care if it's a woman or a man. They're the most promiscuous men on the planet.
Ooh. Hmm.
White women are doing the same thing. White women are going out and having sex with white men, black men, Asian men, and Hispanic men. Black men are way more promiscuous than white women. They're way more promiscuous to white women, but those are the two groups that are the most promiscuous.
They are
sexual.
That's why they get together so easy.
Yes.
See,
and that's
black
the victim thing. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say black women, white men, it's harder for us to get together because we move differently. We're strategic. But when we get together, it lasts because you know, we're looking for what we need to survive, you might say. What we need for love, marriage, and family. Where Becky and Tyrone say, hey, yeah, you're fine, you turned me on, let's do it.
Yes, lust.
Yeah.
It's not
lust.
I love you, I want to be passionate. It's not meaningful. Their relationship is not meaningful, and that's why it doesn't last. They're just basically two animals that's in heat all the time, I guess.
Yeah. No, she's not lying.
That's pretty savage.
I like your muscles. I like your white skin and tan, or the peels in the sun. Let's be together. Okay, we'll go ahead.
And here's the thing: as men and women, we do desire each other physically, sexually, and there's nothing wrong with that.
We do it the natural way. Our relationships are not based off of just sex. When it's a white woman,
it's a part of it. It's not everything.
Yes, and it's like love. It's passion. It's not a sex thing or the F word. People just let's just bring our bodies together. No. It's like I want to be with you forever, and I want to be with you forever. It's not the same.
And the physical act is spiritual also. It's not just feeling the heat of the moment. It's like, and let me tell you, when you do it the right way within marriage and you love that person, look, the sexual part is going to be so much better than just fulfilling lust. It is. It's going.
It's an actual bond. They don't get.
Yeah,
they
it
don't
is.
Bonds together.
They don't. It's like it's temporary. When you love somebody and you have the intimate moment, it means so much. It's a spiritual thing. It's a blessing. It's something that comes from God. But there's a time and place for it. People don't understand that. They think, oh, well, she's fine. I just want to. No, it's not supposed to be that way.
Exactly. Let me elaborate on that. It's not supposed to be that way. It's because I see a comment. There's a comment, free at last. It says, oh wait. Okay. They said black men are very sexually irresponsible. What do you think about that?
Well, and that's fulfilling your lust. That's not looking at it responsible with love. When you love somebody and you have sexual contact with them, you're going to stay with them. And if there's a child, you're always together.
That's she's saying.
That's sexual responsibility. We all have sexual desire. Don't kid yourself. But here's the thing. There's a time and place for it. And when you're in a marriage and you love each other, it's a beautiful thing. It's a blessing. It's something God gives to us, not just for reproduction, but for us to bond with each other and show each other we love each other. Right? That's what it is.
White men white men and black women have this in similarity. They want to make families. White men want to marry and make families. Black women want to marry and make families. Black men, they just want to have sex.
Yeah.
White women, they just want to have sex. There's this lie of a statistic that keeps on going around that I want to correct now that we brought that up. This statistic that keeps on lying, saying Black women are number one to have abortions. That's not true. You cannot sit here and say 76% of Black women are poor and on welfare, 76% on welfare in our welfare queens because they have all these kids. How can you have all these kids, but then you're number one for abortion? That contradicts itself.
It does. But
this is the other fact. Black women only make up 6% of the population. There's no way that 6% of the population is having the most abortions. That's a lie.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, in society, they keep on making white women as if they're not sexual.
Oh, white women are very sexual. Don't kid
yourself.
yourself.
I know that. I grew up around them. them. They were. I grew up around white females. I know they're the most sexual females I've ever seen actually in my life. Yeah. But I don't want to put them down because I'm not
they're nasty is what they are.
Well, if you're the one that's number one in porn, you're the one that's number one at the Playboy Mansion, you're the number one that's having abortions and try to cover all those things up, and then you're doing bestiality where you're laying down with animals, which is in the Bible, disgusting. It causes all these sexually transmitted diseases, by the way. Raccoons carry hepatitis C. Okay. These horses carry diseases too. So when that mixes in the human body, it creates disease for people. So I already know the truth. And that's what I'm saying. I know why Black men and white women are attracted to each other. They're the most promiscuous people on the planet. Yeah. They're the most irresponsible. They always play victim all the time. This white woman was telling me, what do you mean Black women are the victims and not white women? I said, Black women, we're the victims because you keep on stealing everything from us.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you a little secret. And I'm going to share this with Black men that love white women. Let me tell you something. White women are playing Black men like no tomorrow. and let me tell you. And look, Corey, you can vouch for me. They play white men like this too. White women, and you remember that show they used to have, Girls Gone Wild, you know?
Oh yeah.
Well, I call it Becky Gone Wild. And here's what she does. Becky understands that white men hold the power, and she's going to marry a white man because he makes money, and it's about money, and it's about, you know, being a hypergamous, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, Becky, you know, she goes wild every now and then, and she'll get with other men, Black men. She'll fulfill her lust with that Black man. And a lot of Beckys don't want to marry a Black man. They just want to sleep with him for, you know, a moment in time. Fulfill that lust. And look, they do that to white men too. There's white men they find attractive. They just want to get in bed with, but they know they ain't worth a damn. They ain't going to take care of them, but they'll have sex with them and stuff. Look, and I'm not saying that's how all white women are. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of white women are like that. They're promiscuous. And a lot of Black men are stupid. They think, oh, white men think Black men are the greatest. No, they just fulfilling a lust for the moment. And they're using you. Kim Kardashian, in my opinion, used Kanye West. She lusted after him. She used him for his wealth. And she used him as in my opinion, as a come-up dude, right?
Yes.
Well, Kim Kardashian, listen here. She's not going to get a white man that has as much wealth as Kanye West. Not close. The next white guy. Do that? And here's the thing. The only white man she's going to get is the one that uses her as a step up.
Yeah.
And I've talked about, and Corey, you remember I talked about the Becky return policy?
Oh, buddy.
This is true. Look, white women, when you date out and black men, and I'm sorry to say this, white women, when you come back, white men don't want you. And I feel bad for you because I look at people as people, and because you had a relationship with another man, don't mean you don't love the man you're with. I get it. I sympathize with Becky on this. I think it's not right, but it's the truth. Look, when white women date or marry a black man and come back to the white community, most white men will not have nothing to do with her. Now, there's always an exception, but she will never get the same value as she once had because she dated a black man or married a black man. Now, is that right? I don't think so, but that's the way it
Yeah,
is.
it is right. No, but I believe it
Well,
is right.
yeah,
If you want to
it,
survive, but
yeah,
I'm saying from a. This is what I'm saying as a black woman.
yeah,
Black white men need to be firm in how they rule their group of people, their
yeah,
women. And things like there needs to be rules. If I'm a woman and I know that if I leave you, I can always come back and run all over you.
yeah. That is true.
I can
I
leave
get
you
your
for
point.
a black man, go have fun, get money, have
Yeah,
children for his race. I can go and have black children to help his race populate, okay? Because
yes,
population is very important. That's how one way how you lead or how you can overcome other groups is if your population is higher.
yeah,
Okay. So if you go populate with another race of men and you go have all their black babies, I'm not gonna come and take care of you as a white man, lead, provide, protect, give you privilege. No, you lost all of that when you left me.
no,
No,
I,
you don't want to
I,
be weak because then that's why they think they can keep on coming back and running back because it's like white men will always take care of us, even if we help the other races. If I have a
Mm.
Latin
yeah,
baby,
that,
if I have a Latin baby, a black baby, Asian baby, and I help all those races populate, white men will still take me. So I can do whatever I want to a white man at this point. That's how what white women are thinking and doing.
yes, but they're wrong. We don't think that way. In fact, we discard them in the collective. We do, and I feel bad for these women because you know what? You think that man was a better option and he wasn't, and you fall in love with the white guy. I look. I I have compassion with women. Um, yes, I love black women, but even white women, I'll have some compassion because they're women. But here's the thing. But white men, look, they won't accept you back most of the time. Now, a black woman that has children with black men, and a lot of times he don't even care how many children, and they could be black children, and he'll adopt these black children. He'll love them like his own. He don't care because he sees
Yeah,
a
but I
black
think
woman.
I think that should be
Yeah,
as a black woman. I'm just not to be rude, Britt.
yeah,
As white, if I was a white man, this is just me. I
yeah,
would start making it very clear to all women: if you go have babies with men of other races, I'm not taking care of you.
yeah,
No, 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 no. Because you're not teaching the women your limitations, your standards. I'm only going to be taking care of women that have babies by me
yeah,
or a race of another men. Like me, my daughter, I divorced my husband and I stayed with white men because I have a white baby.
yeah,
And I said, it makes sense for if I have a white child to be with white men because that white child is a part of his race. I would
yeah,
never dare go have a baby with a Hispanic man and then go to a white man and say, hey, take care of my baby, my Spanish baby.
yeah.
That doesn't make
I,
any sense.
no, I get what you're saying, but this is how we see it. White men that love black women, she might have black children, but they look at it like, okay, she's in the black community. That's kind of what she's supposed to do. Now she's with me and I love her. I will take on her and her children. That's how white men think. And they don't think it's a bad thing because that's the
I,
environment she's in.
yeah,
And
I
but
don't
a
think it's a good
white
or bad
woman,
thing.
she's in the white community and she gives you the finger to be with a black man and then it don't work out and she comes back and it's like, hey, accept me. And it's like, no. But black women, white men see this. They'll accept a black woman with black children a lot more than they will accept a white woman with black children. It is what it is. It's the
Oh,
facts.
yeah, I understand.
Um,
I understand that. I'm just
and,
thinking in
and, and that's the way
2006.
they look at it. Because they look at a black woman, okay, you grew up in the black community. The only men you were around was black men. You had
Yeah,
children, it didn't work out. But I love you now, and your kids are part of you. So I
yeah,
will
that's
adopt
true.
them and take
Yeah,
you
that's
all in.
different. Yep,
Yeah, that's
absolutely,
what I'm
that's
saying.
different.
And nothing wrong with that.
No, no,
Um,
that makes sense. That makes sense because she's
yeah,
a part of that community. So it's
yes,
expected for her to have baby. But when you're not from that community and you leave your community, go to another community, and you think you can jump around to every
yeah,
community of guys and then run back to white men, that's so disrespectful. So that's
it
why I
is.
feel bad for
But
white men because I'm like, wait a minute, their women are jumping around from group to group to group. Oh, I'm going to go out with a Middle Eastern guy. I'm going to go out with a Hispanic guy. I'm going to go out with a black guy and then have all these babies by men of other races and then say, come take care of me and my black children, white men.
yeah,
That is
and,
so
and
like, wow. That
yeah.
I would never do that to me. Like, no, 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 no. I couldn't see myself. No, I just couldn't do it.
And here's the why I talk about this. And I tell white men, I said, open your options to black women. You will have black women that have a child or maybe two, and they'll be black children, but that's the environment she's in. And she's been did wrong. And you as a white man, she'll embrace you if you love her and her children. And guess what? This ain't a bad thing. And her black children, she might have black sons or daughters, but you can train them, you can teach them to be good citizens and good mothers and fathers because and there's so many black women that have children, and it's not that they want to have children out of wedlock. That's the only option black women have. and,
Yeah, I
and I
know.
tell white men, I said, so what if she has a child? That is a beautiful woman that will love you for life. She will give you everything.
Well,
And the
she has a
child
child
she has,
because the men. Go ahead.
yeah, well, she has the child because she believed the
The
man in their
culture.
community loved her and they would
Yep.
have something.
Yeah,
And
she doesn't
it
even know
didn't,
her own culture of men. Like a
yeah,
lot of black women don't understand black men's culture. Black men do not believe in marrying black women. Black women don't understand. Black men see you as the least lowest women on the planet because black men are at the lowest. They're the lowest men, and they need women who have something to offer them, like privilege, high
yeah,
status. And when they see a black woman, they're like, I can't get nothing off of her. She can't provide for me a job. She can't provide for me to get me closer to white men and help me network with white men. She can't make me look good, because black skin is seen as bad. So I need this white woman to help me out. That's what it really is. They're really dating out their race for survival. Black men are. Black men are
yeah.
living like women. They're trying to find someone they can be hypergamous with and get status and money and live off of their privilege. They're living just like women.
Yeah. But I see an opportunity here for black women, white men. And I said, white men, look, she might have a child or two, but give her a chance. Her environment is what she grew up in. And she opened up her heart to that black man she thought was a good man. And he didn't turn out to be that way. You know what? You can find a blessing. And
Yeah.
her children will see you as a father and they might be turn out to be good citizens, and that's best for our country. Because look, a lot of black men will turn their back on black women that have children, and they will call a man that takes up the responsibility as a simp because they think
Mhm.
it's a weakness. No, it's not a weakness; it's a strength. Look,
Yeah,
black
but in the
women
black culture,
are
in the
yeah,
black culture, though, they don't teach that. They don't teach the men that
they
taking care
they,
of
they
women and
don't.
protecting is a good thing. They say it, like you said, you're a wimp. But right here, they have a comment. The lowdown with Mikey B. He says, Brent, they have another option, as do men: abstinence or contraception. So I like to
Yeah.
real quick respond to that. This is what this low down with Mikey B doesn't understand. With abstinence in the black race, this is what I learned when I went to go visit cousins in the ghetto and the hood. Okay.
Hmm.
When black boys hit puberty, they are taught that their manhood is based off of sex.
Yes.
To be a man, you got to get in there and get some girls. You got to get some notches on your belt. So in the black community, black girls are harassed by black males 24/7 for sex. Oh girl, you know you look so good with those shakes and fries. And oh girl, they have all of these black males harassing them, and harassing them for sex. White girls don't have that. They don't have white guys. Oh, I'm a player and I'm just getting those draws. The black male's main thing is trying to get sex and hounding black females for sex all the time. When I was 18 years old, I went to New Jersey and I was sitting on the ledge. I was hanging out with my friends, hanging out with two of my brothers. And this black boy or guy, he's really tall, but he walked on the sidewalk and he was like, looked at us and he looked at me and he was like, hey, Shody Wody. And I didn't know what that meant. I looked at my brother like, what does that mean? He's like, you're so white. You don't even know slang. And I really didn't know what it was at the time. And he says he's trying to say what's going on, how you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm fine. And then he's like, can I holla at you? And I was like, oh my gosh. I looked at my brother. He's like, he wants to speak with you. He's like, can I get your number? And I was like, oh no, thank you. And he was like, fine then, F-U-B word, you stupid. Yeah. He started going off and crazy on me. A lot of these girls are put under pressure. They have YouTube videos where a guy says if a girl doesn't want to sleep with you, then you do this. And he showed how he balled up his fist and lunged at her if she doesn't do something he wants sexually. So when the low down dirty Mike with Mikey B, they don't tell you the truth that these black males are sexually aggressive. Black males are always, their whole goal is to have sex, have sex, have sex, have sex. You could be on the bus, they'll try to have sex with you. You and trying to get in your pants, trying to tell you, oh, let's hook up and let be my girlfriend. And you know it's all about sex. You could be on the train. I had a guy when I lived in California rub on my leg in the train. I said, ooh, don't touch me. You don't know.
Hey, free one. Can we get back to the title of the show? The power
Yeah.
couple?
Well, it's because we're answering this guy, the low down dirty with Mikey B. He's saying he's
Oh,
acting
yeah.
like it's so easy, like as if we have an environment like white females. We don't have an environment like white females. And then the second part, contraception. Black females have the lesser option of healthcare, so they have less access to contraceptions. So the lowdown with Mikey B, please stop acting like you don't know the circumstances in the black community, that it's harder for a black female to survive. Thank you. As we were proceeding.
Okay. Hey, we drift. That's okay. Look, I mean, we got a
I'm
lot of
just
good.
following the chat, Brent. That's all. They want
Yeah.
to move on. Well, because
Um,
I mean, a lot of ladies, they don't want to talk about the bad behavior that they're attempting to get away from.
Yeah, black
yeah,
guys are always trying to do that.
yeah, but
You're blaming the women for your game that you play. You're taught to be a player at 16 years to go after the females and not be responsible.
yeah, but I was just trying to make a point when it comes to dating. White men, look, and I would tell black women, a lot of white men that love black women, they don't care if you have a child or two. And I would say, and what I've seen when black men shame black women for having children, open up your options, ladies. A lot of men understand that that's your environment. You thought that man was going to be there for you, and it didn't happen. you can still open up your options. A lot of white men don't care if women have children. If he loves you, he'll take you and your children. And he don't care if they're black children. He don't. He only cares if Becky has black children. Seriously. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but it's the
It's not.
truth.
She was raised better. She had a better environment. She
Yes.
had a father. She has better options. That's just what it is. She needs to be held more accountable because she grew up in a better environment, better situation.
Yes. And black women, you want to be part of the power couple, and white men too. Look at black women. She might have a child or two. That's okay. She could still be the most awesome wife. I've seen beautiful black women that are great wives to white men, and she has a child or two. So what? I
Yeah.
mean, look.
But Brent,
Yeah.
I just not real quick. I have a question, or not a question. This is like a quick statement. But
Okay.
so I think in 2023, though, at just a suggestion, I think white men need to make it very clear if they're dating out their race or not. They need to tell this to all women. If you have,
Yeah.
you need to make sure if you want to be, not if you want to be with us, we are looking for women who do not have babies with other guys. This is really important
Yeah.
because then those women will be saying, wait, if I want to be with a white man, I can't come with all these children. It's
Yeah.
important.
No.
It's very important because see, when a man plans out his future, he's planning to invest financially in his children, not
Yeah,
another
but
man's children. And it kind of like
I
puts the, do you know what I mean?
yeah, no, I get exactly what you mean. But a lot of these black women are in black communities where there's only black men around them, and they believe that their only option is black men. But when they see things for the truth, and they find out there's a white man or a non-black man that loves them, that will marry them. I mean, I can't hold judgment on a woman that has children that's in a predominantly black community because that's all she knows. That's all she's been taught. She's been conditioned that the black man is almost God, right?
Yeah,
And
but
when
I'm saying for this
yeah,
year, I'm sorry. That's what I meant, like from this year on. Not if a black
yeah,
woman is like
I
she has
mean,
a 10-year-old from 10 years ago. No, that won't make any sense. But I'm saying
yeah,
now in 2023, I think white men should start saying what they want. We don't want women that have from 2023 on. If you're 10 years from now, you had a baby with the guy from 2023 or 2025 and on, don't expect us to start taking care of your children from other men. It has to, women have to be held accountable as well in that way. But now that if white men go out and say what they want in women, we don't want women with a lot of kids, this and this and this and this from here on. So the females that are going to be 20 years old, 21 years old at 23,
yeah,
they will see it. I'm 23 years old or 21 years old. I have no children. And now I just learned that white men, who are the most dominant men here, that rules the United States, they want women to be a specific way. They don't want women that has all these kids from different guys.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I don't mean women from before and born in the 80s and
Well,
the 90s
yeah,
and
I'm
early
just saying.
2000s. That's
I
different.
mean, I think in our nation we have to have a self correction, and there's got to be some forgiveness. I think, and I know black women that have married white men that have black children, and they do okay.
Oh
Um,
yeah,
yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not
yeah.
saying go have kids
She
with
has
other
children.
groups and hey, you take care of all of my kids. No, I'm just saying I'm trying to look at it realistically, and I'm trying to promote the power couple. And sometimes the power couple has children from other marriages or other relationships. And there's a lot of beautiful black women that have, a child or two that's a black child, and she'll love you, she'll be there for you. And there are white men that will take her on with her children. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying, just go have children and the white man's going to take care of everything. I'm not saying that at all.
No, you
I'm
have to
just
have
saying,
things that matter.
yeah, that's all I was saying. But I think, you know what? We got a blessing here. And I would say to the younger people, black women, white men, you want to be together. Okay? Be responsible, sexually responsible. This is
Yes.
important. We need to have discipline because look, the ideal situation is to have children with the one you love only, right? And I'm very blessed that all my children are me and my wife's children. The mother of my children is my wife. No other women, just my wife. That is so much of a blessing. That is awesome. Because you know what? We don't have kids from other relationships or marriages. Our
Right?
kids are our kids. That's the ideal situation. Now, not everybody has that. Not everybody's going to have the ideal situation. And that's okay. There's always room for forgiveness and improvement. And look, people are human. Any of us could have children out of wedlock. Let's be honest. We were
Yeah.
teenagers. Our
Well, you're
hormones were raging, right? I'm being honest. So
yeah.
I'm not going to judge women that have children that are single mothers. I'm not.
Well, my
So
thing is you're addressing the younger generation, and what I want to say to the younger
yeah,
generation is that you do want to be. I want to say this: the younger generation of Black females is listening. Don't get pregnant. Don't have babies with Black guys. Not to be rude,
yeah,
not because they're Black, but because you don't want to have children with the males that's at the bottom who are not leaders, providers, and protectors. That's what I
yeah,
taught my daughter. Because everyone was telling me, "Oh, why would you tell your daughter not to have babies with Black men? She's half Black." And I was like, because Black men, when the statistics show, when you have babies with Black men, 76% of Black women are poor on welfare. Why would I tell my daughter to go join the club? I'm not
yeah,
telling my daughter to go join the club. Like I want my daughter to be with a group of men that are successful, that believe in marriage, that believe in taking care of their kids and loving their kids. If I see these other Black, because I have sisters that are with Black guys, and they never got married, Brett. Like seriously, like
yeah.
me and my other
That
sister who dated out of our race, we're the only ones that have been married because we
yeah.
dated out of our
And
race. So that's why I was like, no, like I'm not gonna have that happen to my daughter. So my daughter's biracial, and it's not racist for me to tell her to be with the white man because I said you're not gonna get married if you're with the Black guy. He's going to use you and play you. That's part of their culture. That's what Black males do. They are
yeah,
congratulated for playing women, and when they get 4, 5, 10, 11 baby mamas, they're praised for it. It's a game to them. Look at
yeah,
Nick Cannon. Look at Lil Wayne. Look at what's that other guy? My daughter told me his name.
yes,
Future, whatever the rapper. She said, yeah, all these Black guys, it's a game to them. They base their manhood off of having baby mamas. Basically using
yes.
females.
Um, yeah, and I would say, you know what? I mean, we try to do it the right way, but my point is look at black women, look at what they have to offer. If they have a child or two, there's nothing wrong with that. Um,
I think
but
we just need to get Black women on
yeah,
out
we
of
need to
the
be
poor
strategic.
communities.
Yeah, and and Corey, what would you say about? I mean, on this subject, the power couple. I mean, and look, I focus in a lot of black women that have children because look, let's be honest. There are a lot of women that are single mothers in this world, and the biggest group is black women. But black
Mhm.
women are still the best option. She might have kids. Look, I don't want to alienate black women because she has a child or two with a black man because that's her environment. I think you could still get the best option for a wife. And look, my wife didn't have kids till me and my wife procreated with each other. Okay, that's the ideal situation. That's the perfect environment. I get it, but not everybody has that. Corey, what would you say when we talk about opening up our options? If I'm a young white man and she's a black woman but has a child or two, um, I could still have the greatest option. I could still be very blessed. And even though I got to raise the children she had with another man, that's okay. And we can have our own children and love all the children the same. I'm just saying we can do this, and we're going to have to do this because we can't be selective and say, okay, I'm in the black women, but it's only ones that don't have children, and that's it. Because black women are 7% of our country. Okay. And if you really love black women, you might get with one that has children. And that's okay. That's all I'm saying. But if you don't want that, that's your choice. What would you say, Corey? I mean,
Well, I do know from being here on this channel, from being on other shows, because I'm out on quite a few different channels. I talk to a lot of different people.
uh-huh.
Age and children is irrelevant. It has everything to do with the mindset of both of the people involved.
Yeah.
The the young man that's looking to that basically loves black women is going to be solely focused on her ability to fit into his life, and the same goes for her with him. It you know, you're talking about the white women don't like it. The other gentlemen, the black gentlemen don't like it. So the two people coming together have to have a mindset of I don't care what either one of you say.
Yes.
Those type of people are very focused people. I mean, when you tell the rest of the planet to just like, no, just mind your own business, and if they can't shut up, then just get away from them.
Yeah.
The it's it comes down to someone who wants a specific woman because that is his specific preference. That's where his beauty meter explodes, is for me a black woman. It's just like that's just who I will marry. It's not I want to marry a black woman, I will marry a black woman. No other women are in that. They're not even in the picture. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with them.
Well,
They're not on the radar. They don't matter at this point. I
yeah.
don't care. I don't care what my family says. I don't care what the neighbors say. They can all be replaced.
Yes.
But whether
And
she has children or whether she's single is irrelevant. It doesn't
yes.
have anything to do with that. Is she wife material? Does she move like a wife? Does she carry
Yeah.
herself like a wife? I mean, how is she if she has children? How is she as a mom? If she's single, how does she treat her parents? Is she respectful? It all comes down to the character of the person. It
Yeah.
all the other stuff is just basically living life. It has nothing
Yeah.
to do with anything else other than the mindset of the man and the woman in the
And
relationship.
yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And here's my point. I just want to say, my wife Sandy, I love her more than anything in the world. And if she had a child or two, I would have still married her because I love her. And that's my thing. I there are so many black women that have a child that are beautiful, loving women that will be a true blessing. And I tell people, don't let that discourage you because look, black women are in a different culture, a different community. And look, I don't blame black women for having because that's what they're in. And we can't judge them because they've been conditioned. That's what they have. And these are beautiful women that are loving, that will be a good wife to you, that will love you with all her heart. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, look at the woman. Look at her character. She might have had a child young, and that's okay. We all could have fell into that. Let's be honest. I mean, seriously, let's be honest. So we can't judge anybody. whether we have children or not out of wedlock. We can't judge. So if you want a good wife, she might come with a child. I'm just saying. Anyway, that's just a point I wanted to make. But Dark Mother's Vessel, how are you doing, young lady? Good to see you.
Hello, good evening. Um, it's good to hear from you guys. I just wanted to come in because I was trying to talk about because since we were talking about the power couple,
Yeah.
um, that is one of the things that I personally do also find appealing of white men is because to me, when it comes to children and things, it seems to me that they're more willing to be fathers.
Yeah.
And this is a collective thing. It's not to just say, oh, they should only be out taking care of other people's children or anything like that. But it goes back to that whole responsibility thing. They seem like they're more willing to be fathers, whereas Black women, even as a collective, even though there's a lot of women who have made mistakes just as all people do, they're more willing to be mothers. They're more willing to have families. So, as a power couple, then that is also willing to take responsibility, that is also willing to do work, that's also willing to continue to build for their communities, it just makes more sense that they would also build families.
Yeah.
And having other children whenever you come into the marriage, it's one thing to have a person that is I don't know really how to say that, like very irresponsible,
Uh-huh.
but versus a person who you know did make a mistake, they're trying to get their life on track regardless of whatever race their child is. um Once they make the commitment, they do deserve to have that second chance to try and have a family, and that's the reason why we have a lot of blended families.
Yeah.
um
And
yeah, go ahead.
no, and I just want to put this in and then I'll let you finish. But and I look at this in my own life. Look, my parents were teenagers, right? And my father married his second wife, which was my stepmother, and she was amazing. She was like a mother to me. She was a blessing to me. And she's not my biological mother, but she accepted my father and he had a son. And that was part of the package deal. She married my father and I came with that deal, right? And I gave my stepmother headache and I asked God for forgiveness because I always put my biological mother above her, even though she took care of me more and I feel bad, but she took on that. She accepted my father and she accepted me because I'm my father's son. And when I look at that, I look at women and I look at black women and I tell white men, I says, look, you can find a blessing. It's going to be tough because you're the stepfather. I get that. But do not throw away love because she has a child. That's my point. And look, we could all fall into this. And look, when I was a teenager, my hormones were raising and I didn't live a godly life. And look, I could have easily fell into that. So how can I judge a woman that has a child? And if I love her, why would I not accept her and her child? And if I don't, I'm a hypocrite. And look, me and my wife, we didn't have children when we got married. And that's the ideal thing, but it's not because we chose the ideal situation. We just kind of fell into it. Okay. So that's my whole point in this. And I'm saying there are beautiful women that have children that are good women that will be great wives. And look, there are men that will take on your children too. That really, if they really love you, they'll take everything that's connected to you. And that's the same thing with women that have men that have children. They'll take on everything that belongs to you because they love you. And that's my thing. We don't need to be judging people. Oh well, she had kids. I don't want nothing to do with her. Well, that's your choice. But what I'm saying is, you might miss out in the best wife that God give you. I'm just saying. So let's
Yeah.
not judge. Let's look at, and when we're building the power couple, sometimes a power couple has children from other relationships. Okay, and that's okay. We can make that
Right.
work. That's my whole point. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yes,
go ahead, guys.
that's the whole point, is
Really
to
quick.
build a family.
Yes.
I'm talking when I'm speaking about the the men dating women that have children. I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about in the future. And the reason I'm talking about this in the future is because I have some black males that are friends or related to family members that I have. So
Uh-huh.
cousins that have cousins or whatever, and these black males will, one of them in particularly said that he's happy his black children are being taken care of by white men. His children are going to be taken care of by white men. And him and his friends laugh like, oh, they're taking care of our kids for us. Ha 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 ha. And I was like, wait a minute. So I was thinking, wait, are these girls getting pregnant by the black guys and then go and running to white men to have white men to take care of them and their children? That's why I said in the future, not right now, but in the future, to stop this cycle that I can go ahead and have a whole bunch of kids by different men and then go run to white men, whether you're white, I said, black, Asian, or Hispanic. So women won't have all these babies and then come and say, white men, fix my situation, fix my problem, to stop that in the future. That's why I was saying they need to have in the future something
Yeah.
where they're saying, wait, we're not going to continue this cycle where you can go and get pregnant by all these guys and then expect us to take care of your kids. Because if I had a son, I wouldn't want my son to go through that.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
if they're doing that with that mindset, like I could go have kids and the white man will take care of, that's wrong. And I'm not saying get with a woman like that. That's not right. I'm just saying women that believed in the guy, they believed in black love, and this black man she was attracted to said he loves her, and they're going to get married, and she was dreaming about the fairy tale relationship, and he bounced on her. That's what I'm talking about. And then she falls in love with the white guy. I'm just saying, you can have a good wife, but if she's got the mindset, well, I'm going to go have children, and the white man's going, I'll get with the white man and he'll take care of it. That's wrong. Don't get with her. But a woman that thought she found love and didn't, we can't judge her, and she deserves to live her best life. That's all I'm saying.
That type of woman is mentally ill anyways.
Yeah.
So first of all,
And
for this hypothetical situation to be happening, of all these women running around having all these babies, so basically you're calling them whores and saying that they're running around with the intention of getting pregnant by black men with no intention of getting married, but then they think they're going to come along and just get saved by white men. I
I'm
don't
just
think
trying
that there's women out there that are thinking like this. I think that what's happening is that there is these women, regardless of whatever men in your life are laughing about their children being taken care of, what's happening is these women think that they're in love. They're being given promises to spread their legs. And then once they have children with these men and realize that they're not going to hold accountable to whatever it is that they're actually been promised, then when they find out that, oh, this man does love me, this is what good love feels like, this is what a good relationship feels like, this is what a father to my children looks like, that's when they go the other way. A woman that's thinking like that, you're basically saying the same thing as the men that are running around talking about women trapping them with babies and will not take into account the fact that there are men out there who do coerce women into having children with no intention of giving them anything because it's called I don't know how to say it. I'm going to say SA, but
I
it's
know what you mean.
abuse.
Yes,
And
yes, absolutely.
that's not the intention of these women, or at least not most of the women that are in this. I don't understand how we got to talking about black women going off and having black men's children and then running to white men, and how black men are getting over.
No, that's good. Thank you for explaining that. She's absolutely correct, and this is the part I of the miscommunication that I left out. Because I see white women having babies with black guys and then running back to white men to take care of them, I'm seeing that in the future, other females can pick that up too. Hey, if I have a baby with a black guy, I could just go back and run. White women do it, they're getting away with it. I'm trying to prevent that to become a trend.
That'll never be a trend. We're not white women. We don't get away with what they get away with in the first
No, no,
place.
no.
Yeah.
Well, right. We're talking about the future. We don't know
Even
what.
in the future, white women have been doing this for a millennia, and we are in the future from what they've been doing back in there. We still don't get away with what they get away with, so there's no way we're going to get away with what they get away with in the future either.
No, if white men are already dating black women with children, it can be a possibility. And that's what I'm saying. We don't want as black women for that to be a label on us. If white women do that, that's their business. But we as black women, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually learn from this experience. If black women start to date white men, we see that there's a good outcome of dating white men, family, this and this, then we need to teach the future generation of black females, don't even have a baby with a black guy. You can have your better options is to marry a white man and have babies with a white man. We don't want to keep on repeating mistakes. We want to learn from our mistakes. We want to take
Yeah.
accountability for our mistakes. Just like Brent said, we're white men. We take accountability. We're black women, and we want to take accountability also. We want to also make sure we're better too, so we can be better wives, better moms, in better situations. We don't want to bring to our counterpart problems, or baggage, because children are never problems, but we don't want to bring baggage. So I'm
Yeah.
saying we
I
want to make sure as black women that we're presenting ourselves in the best way we can too, in preventing even hardship for ourselves. Black women, because of the black guys being players and using and not helping, that creates hardship for black women. That can actually stop a black female. She wants to go to college. Now she has to take care of her kid. And she could have been better for herself. So this is something that will help black women overall.
Yeah. You know what I think, ladies? I think when it comes to this, I just want to have a forgiving heart, and I don't want to judge people. And
Yeah.
black women have the worst situation because the men in their community are the least responsible.
Yeah.
And it's true. And and women can only be as good as the men in their community. And what I mean by that is I'm not judging them by the men, but men have to lead. And if they're not providing the best option for women, they only get what they get. And
Yeah.
and black women have to open up their options to get the best option. But not all black women know they have that option. Not all black women understand that other men love them and want to be with them. They think that the black man's the only option. So if a black man shows her affection and tells her she's beautiful and he's going to marry her, and she pictures him as like the Denzel Washington in Black Love fantasy, she's going to fall in love and she's going to open up herself to him. She's going to have sex with him. She's going to give him everything, banked on the hope and the prayer that he's going to be the good father, the good husband. And most of the time that don't happen, unfortunately. And with black women, and I feel so bad because black women are dealt the worst hand when it comes to love and marriage. They are. And what I'm trying to say tonight is the power couple is black women that have the biggest heart and the most love, and the white men are non-black men that see the true beauty in black women and love them so much they want to give everything to them. That is the power couple. And look, we can't judge black women because they have children. What are they going to do? Look, if the man won't marry you, you still want to be loved by the man. You still want to have love from a man. You still want to have the physical desire. Let's be honest. Let's be real tonight. Black women are women in general desire men, right? Physically, emotionally, and sexually. Men
Yes.
desire women the same way. Let's be honest. Let's not sugarcoat it, right? We're human. We desire each other. Physically, emotionally, spiritually, whatever, sexually too. Yes, we all want that. Men and women, okay? And if the men aren't right, the women are going to be single mothers. I don't care how great women are, white, black, Asian. If the men suck, women get handed trash, and women are going to be single mothers. I don't care because they're human, okay? And this is what I'm saying, and I say to non-black men, there are so many beautiful black women that are traditional women of faith, that are great women, that will be great wives, and she might have a child or two. That's all I'm saying. And it's not her fault. She's human.
Mhm.
She can't say, okay, well, let's make sure you're right. And, you're not going to touch me till I know you're great. Come on, let's be honest. If there were women around me that would not marry me, but have that will have sex and emotional connection with me, I'm going to take it because I'm human. And
Well,
black women are human and they're beautiful.
yeah.
And let's
Brent, do you know? Oh, sorry. Go
I,
ahead.
I
I'm
just
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just
Well, it's okay. I think I understand what you're saying, but me being a
yes,
black woman and knowing that black men from the ages of 13 to 25 are the highest rate of HIV and AIDS. When I'm
they
telling
are.
black women, when I'm
Yes.
telling black women to wait, it's for their protection. There's so many things that's going on in the black race where they have no protection. And if they make better decisions because they have someone that's helping them and telling them the truth, this is not about judging, this is about protecting. To protect and help protect black females, you have to tell them the truth. Listen, you don't want to go to another race of men with a whole bunch of babies. You don't want to go to another race of
Yeah,
men
you don't.
and the men of your race contaminated you and gave you all these diseases and viruses. No, protect yourself, young ladies. Protect yourself. That's what I'm saying. This is not about judgment. You have to get straight to the what's real reality. In the black race, reality is that black women and black girls are at high risk of dying because of
Yeah.
black males, either murdering, killing them, giving them STDs, putting them in dangerous situations where they're the drug dealer and the girls. The one girl died. Black Lives Matter. She died because she was with a black male and he was selling drugs. The cops came in, did a bust, and shot her. This has nothing to do with judgment. This has to do with look at your future. And these are the things you want to look at in the future. You don't have to. You need to protect yourself, and you need to protect
Yeah.
yourself in the future, the girls in the future, not the women that already have babies. I'm not talking to the women that already have babies. There needs to be an older group of black women that can help the younger group of black women to tell them these are the obstacles, these are the things that's happening in the black race, these are the things that can hinder you, that can hold you back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't see any black women helping the younger black girls. They're just like,
Yeah.
oh, I need a relationship for
Um,
myself. I just want a relationship for myself. They're not thinking of the future black girls that's gonna be coming up and becoming women.
There are women like that, but a lot of those women do not get listened to because that's one of these things that is just a man-woman issue in general, is that men, regardless of race, will also pit younger women against older women.
Yep.
And let them believe that, oh, she's just jealous of you because you're young, you're this, that, and the other. The issue is that regardless of whatever somebody does, whether they have to find out the hard way or any of that type of stuff, the point that what we're doing here, we're talking about how black black women and white men have been abused by their counterparts, and that the better option is to move forward because we are usually, in general, the more responsible party. And because we are the ones that want to actually carry on and build something towards the future, as you keep saying that we're trying to talk about the future, we cannot afford to have each of ourselves thinking to myself, oh, being like extra. I don't want to say not picky because it's like you don't have to take leftovers, but at the same time, it's like you have to give somebody a chance because, as Brent has been saying, some of us, especially the younger generation, don't know this option is available to them at the moment. And I think that what's coming off of what you keep on saying is you seem to be saying that basically the girls that are still in a relationship with these black men don't deserve a chance. And the fact of the matter is, everybody dates their own race for the most part. And this, the whole them having million babies and coming over with their baggage, that's a mental thing. That's gonna have that's what the whole point of divestment is supposed to be about in the first place, is before you try and go out and go date and do anything else, you're supposed to go and fix yourself and become a whole person so you can go and find another whole person. And then you guys make a family together with your children from your previous relationship or not. Whether you have your children together, you guys have children from a previous relationship, and now you start having children together now, or whatever that case may be. What we're trying to accomplish here on these channels with Brent and Corey and everybody else is trying to let these younger people know that that you don't have to be perfect, especially with Brent being a Christian and whatnot. You don't have. You're supposed to be able to see where you made a mistake, and you're supposed to be able to come back and course correct and fix whatever it is and try and be and do better. And as some ladies have already pointed out in the chat, what if you are a person that was married in a previous relationship and he still left? You have 5 kids now. Are you trying to say, I can't go and I'm a single mom now, I don't get to have a white husband now because I was married to this man and he this black man, and we had these kids and he still left? This isn't about just going off and having somebody else fix your problems because you were just being irresponsible. We're not talking about irresponsibility. We're talking about how we can course correct and try and make a better future for our new lives and what's going on. I'm not understanding what it is that why you keep on saying that white men don't have to take care of other people's kids. They know that.
No, I didn't say that. But what I'm seeing
You
here
did
is
say that. You
you
said
guys are
that
excuse
then
me.
they go
Sorry.
whenever all these black women think that they're going to be able to have all these kids with black men and that they're going to be fine because they're going to be able to come and have white men take care of them for them. That's what you said.
That's what will happen, meaning in the future. I think people are not paying attention to. I keep on talking about in the future. You guys are talking about the present. I'm talking about the future, and I'm telling the younger females. So for in their future, so just skip dating black guys. Period. Don't date black guys. I've said that several times. Skip dating black guys so that in the future, when you're ready, you could be with the white man. You don't
Free
need
one,
to have you don't need
free
to
one,
have children by black guys, make a
free one.
mistake, and
Can I tell you
then
something?
relationship
In
with
my
black guys.
in
We
my
need to
family,
educate the
Hold
behavior
on,
of the
hold
black
on.
women. Educate
I
them.
don't
There's nothing wrong
I
with
don't want
educating them
everybody
for the
talking over each other.
Well, I just want to point out in my family, my nephew and my niece, she has a son from a previous man who happens to be black, and she's from Dominican. My nephew is her husband. They have their own daughter, and she's biracial. So, like I said earlier, it's the mentality of the people involved. It has nothing to do with the kids. It has everything to do with how she carries herself as a woman. Is she a good
That's
mom?
present. That you guys are all speaking in the present. I'm trying to tell the younger girls for their future. I'll keep on saying the word future. I'm not talking about the present, you guys. You guys are all talking about right now. This is what's happening right now. This is what's
Okay.
happening. Right now in the present, I have a daughter who's biracial, and I'm teaching her right now to not be in relationships with black males because I know the culture of the black
Well,
race.
yeah,
I
we
see the
understand that part, but nobody on this channel is 16 years old.
No, but they might, well, not 16, they might be 18, 19, 20s. There's some people who are in their 20s still dating and they don't have any kids. And I'm telling them to skip over the black males because the
But they're not
culture
on
is
the channel.
bad.
What I'm
What
saying is
they
everybody on this channel is adults looking for a spouse. Um, you know,
Oh, I don't know
I
the age, don't know the age range. I'm just giving advice for the young. If there was girls who are younger, who in their 25, whatever, they don't have kids, to skip over black males and go straight to white men so you can start a family. I'm just talking about the future. The present is
okay.
not what I'm talking about. There's nothing you can do about the present, and I understand the black. I already explained black culture and black men how they're players
Yeah.
and they use females. So I would never say don't get with a black female right now in the present that has kids. That she
No,
was taught.
I get what you're saying in the future, but
Mhm.
people don't think that way. Even in the future, there's going to be the black community. There's going to be this thing about black love and how beautiful it is. They're going to show like Gabrielle Union and Denzel Washington, beautiful black couple that fulfills this fairy tale, both attractive black people. And a lot of times black women buy into this, and they've been conditioned that black men are the most attractive and other men are garbage. Let's be honest. Um,
Yes, so unconditioned.
and,
That's what I'm
and
doing.
you got to understand because not all black women are going to say, okay, the white man's the best option because he's the most powerful, he's the most successful, he has more character. I'm going with him. People don't think that way. And
From
most black
experience.
women are race loyal, and they will be for several years. And my thing is we need to love black women regardless whether they love us or not as men. And us as white men, we might not be their first choice. They might not find us as attractive as black men, but black women are still the best option, and we need to still compete, even though we're at a disadvantage, even though we're not seen as the most attractive. Because if we work hard, we pray, and we do what we're supposed to do as men, at the end of the day, I think we will be the most attractive. We will be the most loved because we have the most character. That's my that is my thing. That is my battle plan. I'm at a very look, when I was dating black women as a teenager, I was at a big disadvantage. But you know what? There was always a black woman that loved me along the way. There was always a black woman that thought I was a good guy. Hey, that's all I need. I only need one good black woman to be my wife, and I got it. I don't need overwhelmingly black women to think I'm great. Most of them don't think I'm great, and that's okay. I just need one. One. Look, my mindset is different from most people. Most white men won't go after black women because they know that they're not seen as the most attractive to black women, so they leave it alone. I'm different. I don't care. All I need is one black woman to love me, and I have paradise. I don't need 80% to think I'm great. I don't need to be a Brad Pitt or an Arnold, in my prime to attract black women. I just need to be a good man and show her love. I will find a good black woman in that group. And all I need is one. This is what people miss. They miss the boat. This is what white men miss. Okay, black women love black men more than white men. It's true. Who cares? All you need is one good black woman. She's the best option on earth. Do people see what I'm talking about? You can find paradise with one woman. I don't need 80% of black women to love me. I don't need 10% of black women to love me. I don't need 1% of black women to love me. I need one black woman to love me to have the best woman on earth. And I got it. Who gives a damn how many black women love me when it comes to reality? And look, I got the best woman on earth. And here's my thing. I love black women. Why? Because they're the most beautiful, the most loving, the most nurturing, the women with the most character. That's why I love them, not because of how they feel about me. They can all hate me, but they're still the best option. Serious. Black women might think I'm repulsive, but damn it, they're the best option, regardless of what they think about me. That's true love. People do not understand what love is. Love is loving somebody because you love them, not because they love you. Seriously, think about that. Let that sink in.
Well, to love somebody is to serve them. It's all about serving each other. It's got nothing to do with simping. It's got nothing to do with pedestalizing. If you choose to love somebody, you love being a part of that person's wants, desires, needs, dreams. It's about serving each other. You only need one person. I hear some of these guys, and I'm going to just say white or whatever nationality they come from, talk about multiple women. Okay, y'all out of your mind. You're nuts. You're crazy. You're immature. You need to grow up. First of all, who's got time for more than one woman or one man in your life?
Well, and here's the thing. If you want true love, you're going to have one woman.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be her husband. And that's my thing. And I tell people, and people have told me through my whole life that when I was young, when I was a teenager, I told my friends I like black women. I think they're awesome. And you know what they told me? They said, you know what? Why do you even mess with them? They're not going to want nothing to do with you. Most of them don't even like you. And you know what? They're right. But here's the thing. If you want the best option, you don't go with what the crowd thinks of you. You go with the best option till you find the best option. And you know what? The beautiful thing about it is I found a good wife with that mindset. And women back in the day in high school that turned me down, they would kill themselves to have an opportunity with me because they know I have character. They know that I have true love. They know I've done good things. And that's just God showing them what, a man that loves his wife does. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to get people to see things from where I see it. You don't love somebody because they love you. You love them because you love them. Your preference is your preference because you think that group of women is the best option. Does that mean that option loves you as much as you love them? No. I love black women a lot more than they will ever love me in the collective. And that's okay. But I found a wife that loves me more than anything in the world. by doing that. And that's my whole point. We got to get out of this ego stupid thing and just say, you know what? What's the best option is what I work towards. And I present myself and I compete and show I'm the best option. And you know what? The woman that accepts me gets the best option. That's where our mindset needs to be, not just the body count. Because black men say, you know what? I've had more white men than you had black women. You're right, sir. But I'm not looking for these women like you are. I'm looking for a wife. You're looking for a body count. A body count. Seriously.
Yeah. No.
That's their
No.
competition in the black culture. Also, to add on to that, Burnett, in the black culture, I learned this speaking with family members that are males and their friends. They feel like if they have the more women they have sex with, that's their manhood. Like that's how they're a man. I've even had one time on here where I spoke to you as well, and in the comments, a black male said, "Oh, sex is our manhood. That is how we become men." And I was like, "Wow, they really believe their sex count is how they're competing with other men, because they really can't compete with white men when it comes to education, leadership, protection, and providing."
Well, you know, I was raised that a good man takes care of his family and a great man takes care of the whole village. It
Yeah.
had nothing to
Oh,
do with
yeah.
our sexual orientation at all.
Yes, but that's the black culture, and
I
that's what I'm
swear.
saying. I think that the young black, sorry, I'm sorry, sweetie, the young black in the black culture, like she was saying before, that's all they know, and that's correct. The black females in the black race, not all of them, but a lot of them, they don't know the black culture. I grew up and I seen the black culture because I was seeing the white culture, and I was seeing how black people were acting and how white people were acting. And I said, wait, these black guys are always trying to get down your pants. Where I said, with the white guys, they want to be in relationships, they want to marry. I said, why is this, And then I start seeing how black males compete and say, look, we're dating. I got this girl and I got this girl, this girl. And then it's changed when I got older to, I got a white girl, I got a Spanish girl. So I was like, oh, they compete with using women. This doesn't make any sense. The rest of the men in the world are competing on, I run this country, I'm leaders of my people, I run the society. So that will help females or I don't want to say females because little girls aren't dating, but young ladies and women, to also encourage them to look at how the men, establish their manhood. You don't want to pick guys that are like, yeah, I'm a player and I got all these girls, because a lot of girls will keep on going for guys, and the guys have a whole bunch of baby mamas. Stay away from a guy that has a lot of kids. You don't want to be baby mama number 8, 9, 10.
I can tell you, any man that's got the mindset of he's going to rack up a body count because that's what makes him a man, or literally has no use in my life standing next to me. That's not somebody I want working for me, working next to me, because they have a boyish mentality. And really, for the most part, it's damaged goods because they're still trying to figure out that their pee-pee works.
Yeah. Hey, let
You know
me
what's
say
funny?
something. Hey guys, let me say something real quick. And I want you to get kind of in my head a little bit, right? When we talk about the power couple tonight, right? And black women, white men are the most successful. And here's how I think you get into that power couple. You know what? If you're a white man, a black woman, and you love each other because that's the best option. Don't love them because you think that they're going to love you more. Don't love them because you think it's going to be easier, because it's not. Black women, look, and I'll tell you my story. With black women, I've always loved black women. I always look, when I was a boy, I fantasized about having a black wife. Look, I thought, man, I want this. I prayed to God for a black wife. Seriously, that's where my heart was. Now, when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, when I started dating, Do you think most black women would date me back then? No, most wouldn't. But there's some that would, okay? And I embrace that. Um,
Oh,
and
really?
because I always knew that was the best option for me. And it don't mean
Really?
that those women love me the most. No. What it means is that's the best option, and I need to find a woman that loves me in that best option. And black women think about it that way, you know. And white men love you more than black women love white men. So you got it easier than I had it. But go in that mindset. You think that's the best option? Find the one that loves you in that best option. That's the key. You
Yeah.
know what? And look, and if you got to go to a different neighborhood and be in a different friendship circle to be with that group, do it. But my thing is go what you think's best for you. What's best for your option? But look, ladies, if you're going to date white men, don't do it because you think they're financially better or they're more successful, but you got to also be attracted to them. You got to also have desire for them. Because
Oh,
if you
yeah.
don't, all that other good stuff goes down the toilet. And I'm just saying, you got to, if you're going to be in the power couple, you got to make that what you want above everything. Seriously. It was easy for me because I was always attracted to black women above all women. So yeah, I could fall into that real easy.
Yeah, there's
But
some
not all
trolls.
women can do that. And black women have a harder time with that than men. Men could fall in love with black women in a drop of a dime. But black women cannot fall in love with white men like that. It takes time. It takes them almost being reconditioned, a lot of black women, because they've been taught that men are the greatest of all great. They're the kings. They're the best looking. They think a black man is Denzel Washington. I'm just saying. I'm being honest. Am I
Yeah,
wrong, lady?
no, it,
No,
you
you're
are.
not. But that's still looking at somebody's physical things. Well, for me
Yeah.
No,
personally,
no.
I'm looking for a person who's going to benefit me, and I don't mean just financially. I like what you were talking about the acts of service because
Yeah.
that's one of the things that attracted me to my partner was because he is, as y'all heard, because you guys heard my truck the other day. He's a mechanic. He can
Nice.
fix things. He's very
Yeah.
handy. He knows how to do electrical wiring, and he teaches me how to do those things myself. Because I gotta be honest, I kind of lived a very sheltered life, so I didn't know how to do any of those things. I just thought I was one of those people that grew up thinking, "Oh, you can just pay somebody to do those types of things," not
Yeah.
realizing that if you put your mind to it, you can do those things yourself. And that's
Yeah.
something that he definitely taught me. He taught me how to split wood. He taught me how to do certain survival type things. He taught me how to do basic. I know that's very silly, but basically do basic maintenance on my car. I swear to God, people look at me now because I fixed my own headlights in my truck, and these guys are like, "Oh, you work on cars?" And I'm like, "Not really. This is just basic stuff, but okay, if you say so."
Yeah, changing a
Um,
light bulb.
yeah, like I didn't realize that changing your headlight could be that simple. There are
Yeah.
things that I do kind of have to get help with, like changing my spark plugs, simply because I don't have the physical strength to pull the plug out of the coil and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Um, but he taught me a lot of things, and that's one of the things that I liked about him so much is because I feel that's one of those things that white men and black women have in common is that our acts of service, and white men are in my eyes, and I know not all white men, but as a collective, I see more white men that are willing to help you, willing to teach you, willing to give you knowledge. And that's kind of how Black women are too, even though we've been conditioned to be a certain way about it. So sometimes Black women's knowledge can come off as bossy or rude because, you know, the way that we have our upbringing and whatnot.
Well,
But that's the what we have in common with each other is that we like knowledge. We like to be able to build. I know I keep saying build, but basically we like to be able to know things. So I
Dark,
mean
Dark Mother's
that's what
back.
I like about white men. That has nothing to do with other males. I'm just saying.
When it comes to white men talking to women, you know, because we always talk to our preference. When we get to teach you something, like in the store or something, it's a way of prolonging the conversation because we like your company.
Yeah.
That's so true. Because I've had a couple of men like whenever they're trying to talk to you, they'll ask you things about yourself.
Mhm.
And you know, oh, do you live around here, or you know, do you like that kind of thing, or ask you about music? It's to me, it's kind of almost more like they are trying to get to know you more than trying to get in bed with you. And I'm gonna just be honest about it. It's like that whenever somebody shows interest in you, more than likely that's what it's about because that's how humans work. If there's not a physical attraction, they're not gonna like try and, as you say, prolong a conversation with you because that's just how we work.
Yeah.
But I feel that it's more of a get to know you type thing, and they don't. And this again is a collective. This is not all, but I feel white men are they're more willing to. Oh, I'm trying to get to know you, but at the same time, if you are not interested, I'm not going to keep pushing it.
Right.
And it's like it was nice to talk to you. I'm glad I was able to help you out. Have a nice day.
Well, there's also the other side is you might have a single friend.
Oh yeah, that's also very, very true. Because I trust and believe that I'm terrible about this too. I have tried to break up my friends so I could hook them up with guys that I knew because I was like, he is so much better for you.
Oh, that's
I'm getting rid of
terrible.
this guy. Yes, I know. I'm horrible. I did it. I had a best friend who she was just this beautiful, wonderful person. And then I had this other guy friend, and he was like a great guy. But my bestie, she was married to this guy that was married. She was married to this
Mm.
guy. I didn't like him. I tried for years to get them divorced so that she could.
Oh, oh, you are bad.
I am. I know. I tried everything to get rid of him. And now he's
Did you?
and now my friend, my guy friend, is unavailable, so that doesn't work. But whatever.
Oh yeah, the good ones don't wait too much. They don't play around.
You know what?
Yeah.
She's so right. What she's describing is it's like some type of it's when a white man and a black woman connect, they're never connecting on a superficial level. I think our love languages, because what she's describing is acts of service, which is my love language as well. And it's like the white men are tapped into that. Like somehow they're seeking out to find out how can I make this woman happy. Do you see what I mean? And for some reason that's very refreshing. Well, for any woman who's smart enough to see that, or is great. Like maybe it's because with black women, I haven't been in any relationships with black men, but I've seen my cousins and family members that are black women, and I try to describe to them how it feels to be in a relationship with a white man, and they're like, "Really? They care about you?" I said, "Yeah, my tire was flat." A white man would come over and say, your tire's flat. Let me help you change the tire. And they were like, no, he wants to sleep with you. No, he wants to. I said, no, no, no. They will generally come and they like to help women. They like it helps their. I don't know how to describe it, what it does for your manhood, but it really does. Like it's such a good feeling to see that there's it's just different how white men are compared to my experience, black men. Black men, if they ask you, oh, let me help you out. No, it's not that they just want to help you out. It's a sexual thing. They want something in return.
You know,
Do you
and
see?
I think that's exactly what Brent was talking about, because that type of thing makes men feel useful. And that's part of the reason why they can't compete, is because they don't know how to feel useful like white men do. And it's as well, to be completely honest, like most other men do, to be honest, because I have yet to see Hispanic men will sit and leave women. Well, let me not say that. It just seems like it seems like most men elsewhere in other cultures just seem to understand that helping their women and children is what should come first, instead of just trying to be like, I'm top dog. You helping the health of your women and your children is going to show what a kind of man you are, not you just walking around saying you're the man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. But this is so sad. What you're saying, what I just noticed, what you're saying, too. I've noticed it too. Um, it's sad that black women, we can get more help from white men without them harassing us for sex than we get from our own men. I know that I will get more help as a black woman from a white man than I will ever a black man. That's just reality.
If anything else, at least the knowledge, because that's another thing too, because they'll show you how to do it. And like, look, okay, no, so you don't get stuck out here again. This is how you change this. I don't know, and I guess I've also always had kind of a bias too, because I've never had any kind of issues with police, at least not like that. I mean, of course, there's certain jerk
I have
police because they're still human beings, but of anything, I've always had them want to help me, and they're usually white males. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I think that my attraction to white men is because of their willingness to help, instead of just being, I gotta be right, I gotta be the man, I gotta be on top, I gotta do this, this, and this. The willingness to be, you know what, I don't want to see you suffering.
Well, the biggest thing
Yeah,
is
they
if a
show
man sees
love.
a woman needs help and walks by and doesn't help her, and there's other men that witness him do that, they're going to call him on being a piece of. It's like, dude, what is your
Right?
problem? I mean, we discard men that are useless.
Yeah. And,
It's
and hey, let me piggyback on what Corey said. Ladies, black women, discard men that are useless, regardless of the race. Um,
Mhm.
white men are not the savior. There are a lot of good white men that love black women. Don't get me wrong. I see them all the time. There are awesome guys, but there are trash bag white dudes too.
oh yeah,
And ladies,
thousands of them.
just be aware of this. Um, yeah, I'm just
You
going
did
to
a
say
live
that.
about those, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah. They're look. Um, I would love to say that white men are the greatest, and all of us are going to love you and do the right thing. God help me. I wish I could say that, but ladies, I'm going to be honest. There are a lot of us that do love you, and we will be good to you. But there are some of us that are garbage too. Okay,
Oh yeah.
let's be honest. So have your standards up, ladies, and vet. Black women, you are the most beautiful, most precious woman on earth. You are the woman that has the Eve gene. I'm convinced. You have that. You are
Brent,
the
don't
most
make me start
beautiful.
thirsting over black women now. Come on.
Hey, I'll take care of the thirstiness, okay, Corey? But seriously, black women, you are the most beautiful. Look, you age the best. Your hair grows up instead of down. And look, your heart You have the biggest heart. You are the most nurturing. You're the most spiritual. You're the most beautiful. And I can say that honestly because it's true. Do you look like me? Of course not. You age like wine. I age like milk. But I still can see the beauty of black women. You know what? I love you a lot more than you love me. And that's okay. But you're still the best option. And I love you for that. I just want to say that. Black women, you are the best. You are the most beautiful.
You got
You
me
are
over here
God's
gushing.
treasure. You know, and I'm being honest. I'm speaking the truth. And it's not because you love me the most, because you don't. But I love you the most. And that's the God's honest truth. So, black women,
And
hold your head up high. You are the best option. You are the most successful in every area. And look, you are the standard of beauty, whether society says it or not. Women spend millions of dollars to look like you. You are the best. You are the most beautiful. And embrace that. Feel good about that. That's who you are, ladies. And don't be ashamed of being the best. I'm just saying.
and the biggest thing is don't go out there and try to lock down the most attractive white guy in town.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying this because, well, because women are hypergamous, and now you just entered a realm where you're competing with the most beautiful women in town
Hey, and
because they're
Unless you're
all
a
trying to
black
get
woman,
that
that's the
guy.
most beautiful black woman ever. Hey,
Well,
I
and,
don't
and,
know.
I
With
mean,
me as a black woman, I get
well,
the
Mm.
go after
I
the
know my
guy that
situation.
is on his purpose, doing his business, and comes home every night. Because that guy that's
Yeah,
getting
but
hit
see,
on nonstop at work, at the grocery store, I mean, he,
He's
yeah,
probably useless, to be
but
honest.
well, he's going to
I
look
don't
at
think
you
that a
like
lot
you
of
should
black
be.
women.
He he's going to treat you like you should be thankful that you're with him.
That's true.
I don't think a lot
But
of
a
black
lot of
females are
people that
well.
are all about looks and things like that, they're usually, and I'm not saying that's all of them, but they're usually pretty useless, which is the reason why I don't go for somebody. Yes, I want to be physically attracted to them, but at the same time, I don't go for them because of their looks.
Hmm.
Because they usually don't have a personality. A guy like that gets hit on all of the time like that. Because I gotta be honest, I have dated guys like that, and I'm sitting here thinking, oh my God, it's so great that I'm getting to date this beautiful man, and then I'm talking to him, and I'm like, oh my God, you're an idiot. I can't.
Well, because the guy that's always getting hit on, he's a narcissist for the most part, and
Yeah, that too.
they have psychotic tendencies. I mean, because they always get attention and they do nothing for it but wake up in the morning and wash their face.
Hmm.
I mean,
Corey,
you
so
know,
are
I,
you saying avoid those type of males? Because I don't go up to any males. I don't see a lot of black women going up to males, but I know because the way I look as a black woman, I'm small, petite. A lot of white men, especially that have money or that's handsome, they are attracted to me. So you're saying the ones that are most likely to date, be able to get women, avoid them.
Not
What if
necessarily.
there's a
It's
black
just that
female that's really
it's just that most of the time when you have a male that, well, not just a male, women too.
oh yeah,
The
absolutely.
the the people who are considered to be extremely attractive. And again, that's why I said it's not to say that they're all like that, because there are attractive people who are very intelligent.
Hmm.
But from what I see a lot of times is that the people who are generally considered very attractive, especially early on, as Corey was saying, is that they don't really have to do much. People just want to be around them. People just want to date them. So they don't really develop any type of personality or any skill um, to make them interesting. And
Well,
then
yeah.
when you actually sit and talk with them, or you actually try and get into get into like their hobbies or anything like that, you kind of find that a lot of them don't really have a personality. So
You
for
know, I've
me,
found
I
that
wouldn't
they're the
even
most
bother
boring
with the
people
most
out there.
attractive guy in town just for the simple fact that, and like Brent said, I might miss out on the best husband ever, because what if he is that one? But that's not who I'm looking for, because in my eyes, he's probably not going to be somebody I'm going to be interested in. He's somebody I can look at and it'll be great for a little while. And then after I want to get into more and be in a deeper relationship, there's not going to be anything there. So for me personally, there's no point in going after the most attractive dude in town, because to me, for what I value, I'm probably not going to find what I'm looking for in him.
I get a kick out of Tiffany Chanel. You don't want a guy that fights you for the mirror.
Oh no! Oh! If that ever happens, that's immediately get
Yeah,
out of
right.
here.
I mean,
Hey,
dang. Ugh.
hey,
Absolutely
lady.
not.
I've never fought anybody I dated for the mirror.
Mm.
I'm a homely guy. That's not even a problem. I just but yeah, you don't want to fight a man for the mirror. If you're fighting him for the mirror, yeah, let him go. Because seriously,
Well,
ladies, you are the prize. He's not.
Brent and I, we've both worked with the pretty boys, and they're just an older version of a younger self. They got the same mindset. They can be 50, 60 years old. And I mean, you look at DiCaprio, the man will not date a woman over 25. And he's older
Yeah.
than I am. He's older than I am.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe that. I think that's just what he says to keep himself from being investigated by the FBI. I believe he likes women a lot younger that are not actually women. If
Oh,
you catch
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're talking
People
Hollywood
are
there.
just saying that because it's haha funny as long as they're of age. But I don't think that he likes of age ladies.
Well, in this day and age with the human trafficking at an all-time high, I can't put it past anyone.
Right.
I can't.
You know what? Hey, let me share something with you guys. Did you know every woman I dated has always been older than me?
That's because you
Either
like
from
cougars.
yeah, I guess you could say I love cougars, right? All right. But seriously,
Okay.
okay, stop it.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
Seriously, even in high school, my girlfriends were always older, either 1 or 2 years older. I've never dated nobody younger than me, and my wife is older than me. I always felt comfortable with women that were older than me, and I think it's a maturity level. I think that's what it is. Even when I was young, and I'll say I'm more mature than my age. I always have been, especially in my younger years. Now that I'm older, I'm less mature because I'm, a big kid. But back in the day, right, I was more mature. But I always felt comfortable with women that were a little bit older than me because I always felt that they were more pleasant to be around. They weren't stupid, and I was young and dumb. Don't get me wrong, but I just felt more better. And when I was in my 20s before I got married, I would date women that were like 10 to 15 years older than me. I did. I felt more comfortable around them. Um, I don't know what it was, and maybe it was the young and dumb things, and maybe I was just more mature for my age. I just felt more comfortable. I felt more of a connection. I remember I used to, when I was in my younger 20s, I'd go to this club where they would play like older music, and the crowd was like, a generation above me, but the women there, I always felt like I was more comfortable around. It's like I identified more with them, even though it was an age gap. And look, I dated women that were 10, 20 years older than me back in the day. I did. And I was okay with that. I wouldn't, and I would feel like I would feel like a pedophile if I dated a woman that was a year or two younger than me. I wouldn't feel right. Is that weird? No, I'm just being honest with you guys. Seriously.
No,
Um,
it's just
A year or
preference.
two younger than you, I'm gonna say that's a little weird.
No,
yeah,
no, it's
I
okay.
felt
Give
weird
it a
about
I
that.
5
mean,
year, a five.
it's your preference, but if
Yeah.
it's only a
Well,
year or two younger than you,
I just say when
Yeah,
you're
Well,
an
here's
people say
adult,
it's no
you
big deal, right?
when you're older, it's 5 years or 5 years. But when you're younger, of course, no, you want it the same or only a year older too, or a year younger too. But no, it's when you get older, that's when like women, their brains, because they're more mature, they're going to be more attracted to a guy who is older, unless a younger guy shows maturity at a younger
Yeah.
age. But even
And
statistically and scientifically, females are attracted to males who are older because they're more mature. Women's like already, I'm getting my life together. I want to do
she
this, this,
is.
and this. You know,
Yeah, she is. But I think I was a higher mature level in my younger days. And I think it's because my dad was so hard on me and made me an adult before my time. I think I just identified more with that. And I think women accepted me because I think I fell into their age range, even though I wasn't there.
the
And,
responsibilities too.
huh?
Responsibilities too. Young black
Yeah.
girls have a lot of responsibility. Like, oh, if their mom has a lot of kids, they'll tell their daughters to help them basically to raise the kids. So she has to watch the kids, she has to feed and change the baby's
Mhm.
diaper. She has to do a lot of responsibilities as an older person already. So a lot of black females are pushed into that. You have to be responsible at a young age as well.
Yeah. But I just think back on that and look, my wife is like the youngest woman I dated and I married her. And she's older than me. I mean, we were born in the same year. She's 10 months older than me. So we're actually, yeah, half of the year we're the same age. The other part, she's a year older than me. Um, but that's closest to the my age that I've dated back after high school. I was just like older women were more I was more attracted to them. I felt more of a connection. And I mean, they weren't crazy older than me. I did date a woman that was 20 years older than me, but okay, that's I was okay. I was young and dumb. But I even felt comfortable with that. I was okay with that.
Mm.
I would not go the other way with that. That's unacceptable. I couldn't date a woman that's a year younger than me. I'd feel weird.
Brent,
I
I've
mean,
heard
that's
that
crazy.
it's a 13-year window.
Uh-huh.
It's 13-year. There's a 13-year window. It can go either way. You know, if for the man, he can date 13 years older or 13 years younger.
Hey, you know what, Corey? Here's the crazy thing, right? I shared that with you guys, right? My girlfriends have always been older than me. My wife's older than me. I, my oldest daughter, her husband is older than her, or she's older than her husband, right?
Hmm.
My youngest daughter's dating a guy that's younger than her. What? I think something's crazy going on. My brother, his wife is older than him.
That's in your
Us
family.
guys are
That's something
dating older
I know.
women. So what are we doing? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I'm
Mm.
not the only one.
No.
it's a good kind of crazy.
Uh,
Hey,
I
in the
am
comments,
crazy.
there's somebody who's talking or speaking about like women approaching like being intimidated to address a man, just going back to Corey's question, because a lot of
Uh-huh.
white men sometimes they like, why won't the black women approach us? And I think a lot of it is because they got to understand, in the black culture, black women are taught that white men don't like you, white men are racist, so black women are scared. They don't know which men um, could be harmful to them and which men cannot. So I was going to say, I think the men should be approaching you. I don't think black women should put themselves in a situation where maybe they go to approach a guy and he's like, I don't even like black women, get away from me. Do you see what I mean? So I was bringing
Yeah.
it back to the comments, because we're kind of going off a little bit off the subject, but they're still on the topic. So of the interracial dating and black women and black men, and I think she brought up meeting each other. So me as a black woman, I don't approach any white man. I don't know who's racist, who's not racist. I don't know who's into black women, who's not. So if a white man likes me, he comes up to me. I'm not going to ever put myself in a situation where I have to guess if I'm going to be in danger or not.
You know, for me, I think I would have to go for someone who's a little younger. Um, for the simple reason is I don't take any medication. I'm light on my feet. Um,
I don't take medication.
you know, no, I don't. I don't have any health issues at all.
Mhm. But I
I'm
didn't know that
50.
was a factor. I didn't know men thought in that way, but that makes a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Uh, what was that?
So that's a good point, though. I didn't think of that.
Well, yeah, because you know, I mean, I'm 52 years old now, so it's a lot of women that are around my age. I mean, you know, how many people my age don't take medication? It's kind of a lot of them do.
Mm.
Um, I eat clean. I mean, I'm not a vegan or nothing. In fact, I'm kind of a carnivore, but I eat clean. I'm healthy, active. I'm not a gym rat, but I don't need the gym where I live.
You know what, Corey? I've been losing a lot of weight, and I switched up my diet. And
Yeah, diet is everything.
yeah, it is. And I've went to eat a lot of fish, chicken, um, some turkey, lean meats, and I learned this by looking in. You know Tom Brady, you know that played in the NFL, and
Mm.
you know what his diet was? He he ate a lot of meat, but it was a lot of lean meat. You know that digests in your system better.
Oh yeah,
Um,
healthy food.
Red meat, I don't eat that no more except on the weekends. I got to have my steak dinner once a week,
Amen.
um, but I lost like 15 pounds doing this, and I eat a lot of fish, and I've gotten more religious according to my faith. I don't. The only seafood I eat is fish that has fins. I don't
Mm.
eat
Yeah.
shrimp and lobster and that crap
No.
because look, and it's biblical. I looked into it. We're not supposed
Yeah.
to eat that, right? But
Right.
Deuteronomy. The book of Deuteronomy.
but it's got a lot of crazy cholesterol that messes up your system.
The heart.
Eating
Yes.
shellfish and bottom feeding fish.
Yeah.
Seafood is good for you, but eat seafood that has fin, fish.
Yeah.
Did
You
you
know,
know, Brent? I'm
Well,
sorry.
Brett, you know, to tell you, when I was writing my books, I eat chocolate, which is not healthy, you know, when you eat too much. But
yeah,
I've already written up all the stories that I had, and I got up to 215 pounds. Well,
yeah,
just since the end of January till now, I went from 215 to 180, 185.
Nice.
yeah. I'm like at 215 right now. I'm feeling pretty good.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
congratulations on
The
y'all,
one.
because I'm both quiet over here because I was like, oh, we can't eat shrimp.
Yeah, hey, look, ladies, it's
When
good. It tastes good, but it's not really good health. health wise. And
It's
then,
not health wise because they eat the shrimp or bottom dwellers. Any bottom
yes,
dwellers, they eat the poop of other animals. So they're at the bottom of
Basically,
the
it's a
ocean.
water cockroach.
Yeah,
yeah,
it
right.
basically is. Yeah, they eat poop. That's why it tells you to don't eat any animal that's unclean. Another one is pork. Unfortunately, a lot of people are
Yeah,
like, "Oh, that's just
yeah,
religious." No, they eat poop. They will eat anything. They will eat a dead carcass. They will
They
eat
eat
yeah,
each
anything.
other.
Yeah, so you don't want to just eat animals that eat poop and dead stuff. That's why it says that. It's a health reason, and also with pork they carry hepatitis E. Yeah,
yeah,
they're
Yeah, they got all
unclean
kinds of
and a
stuff.
lot of
animals.
parasites too.
Yeah,
And here's the thing: people say, "Well, not eating pork is a Muslim thing, a Muslim religion. It's a
no, it's
Jewish thing."
health thing.
Actually, it's a Christian Judeo thing. We're not supposed to eat this stuff. Pork, seafood without fins. We're not supposed to do this.
Yeah,
And I
but it's
looked
for health.
into it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but it's for health reasons though too. Like
Yeah,
science even proves it. That's what if someone's not religious, that's fine. There's health reasons. There's scientific proof that these animals cause diseases and viruses. So
Hmm.
whether you're religious or not, why would you put something in your body that can give you high cholesterol, heart
yeah,
disease? Why would you do that to yourself?
yes,
Well, the biggest thing is if you're eating food that makes you gain 30 pounds in 3 or 4 months, and you
Oh
stop
my God.
eating it, and then you lose 30 pounds in 3 or 4 months,
you
it,
do.
it,
You know
it
what?
might be it might be what you're eating. I mean, because I went from wearing a 38 to a 32, so
Yeah,
that's and all that was just writing books and eating chocolate.
I'm
yeah.
not going to talk about my weight because then I think people would think I'm bragging, so I don't want to say nothing. But
I'm a guy.
someone
I don't care.
someone said, Brent, how has your foot been doing? From Ruthie. Oh, that's so sweet.
And my foot is doing good. Hey, if I've shared with you guys about my feet. Look, um, I fractured my foot on both ends.
Oh,
There's a little
Ah,
bone in your foot. I fractured it on the same area on each foot. And look, my army career, guys. Look, when I get 70, I'm going to be limping around. I'm probably going to have a scooter or whatever. I have broken so many bones in my military career. And, I've been in combat deployments, I've been injured, and I broke several bones. I think I can almost compete with Evil Knievel with as many broken bones. Well, I really can't,
Good
but
God.
I can come close. No, seriously. I, I went to my physical when I retired from the army, and they were amazed. They said, "God, you had so many broken bones," and I have. It's not like I did crazy stunts like Evil Knievel did, but I fractured so many bones in my body. I I fractured my collarbone on each side.
mm,
Uh, the bone in my legs, the big one. What is that? The upper leg.
The femur?
I
the
fractured both
femur.
of those. The
Oh,
femur.
ew.
Um, my
nice.
feet. I fractured so many bones in my feet and toes. Um, I've really. Doctors amazed how many injuries I had, how many broken bones, and they.
Brett, I
Uh,
I actually separated my pelvic bone pushing on a big timber one time.
Oh my
oh,
God.
did you?
Ooh,
Oh
I
man.
pulled that thing apart.
Yeah.
oh,
And you know what? They could do X-rays and tell you how many broken bones you had, because when your bone heals, it like calcifies. And
Hmm.
they were amazed. They said you've had this many broken bones, and the thing of it is, what's crazy is most of the stuff I didn't report. I just dealt with the pain
Mm.
because in the army they always
Oh Lord, you're one of
taught us
those.
to deal with pain, right? What's that?
Said you're one of those. Oh my
someone
Yeah,
that
God.
was
I'm one
supposed
of
to be
those
yeah.
weirdos.
That was
I mean, I
She's
fell out of
only a flesh wound.
a tank. Look, I fell out of
Rick
a
will
Black
be
Hawk helicopter. I mean, I just
Rick will be in pieces, and he probably won't go to the hospital. He's one of those type of men. Like,
yeah, I'm weird like that. Um, yeah, and you know what the crazy thing is, guys? This is going to blow your mind. I have I've had 4 combat deployments, right? Where I've been in actual combat
Mm.
and I never got injured, never got hurt. You
wow.
know
Your
where I
wife
got hurt?
prays for you. Your wife
You know
prays
where I
for
got hurt and injured?
you.
Is when I came home
Yeah.
or when I was training. That's when I got hurt. Everybody else got hurt during the deployment. I never did. I got hurt when I come home. You know what?
Because
And
you
the
thought you were
crazy thing,
invincible.
hey, the crazy thing is most people in the military, when they come home, they have children because you miss your wife and you get intimate a lot. And I did that, but the crazy thing is I had my children before I deployed, where everybody had them when they came back. I'm what they call ass backwards. I don't follow a trend. I do it the total opposite. And there was I got 3 kids, right? And every time my wife gave birth, we were deployed. It got to be like people would panic when I had a child. They say, "Oh my God, Sergeant Johnston has a baby coming. Where in the hell are we going? Are we going back to Iraq?" Yeah, we are, because my wife gave birth to one of my children.
I
Yeah,
think
we're
they
going
start
somewhere.
panicking because you
Hey,
came home when they knew 9 months later she was going to have a baby.
and that's the crazy thing. And look, every time my oldest daughter was born, my son and my youngest daughter, I was deployed somewhere soon after.
Hmm.
And you know what? People would panic when my wife came up pregnant because they knew we were going somewhere. Um,
Mhm.
does that's just crazy, right? But I laugh
That's
when I
military life.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
and look, you know, and this is the military life. That's how it is. When I would come home from deployment, and the crazy thing is my mother-in-law understood the military life because my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, he was retired Army too, right? He spent 3 tours in Vietnam, right? So when I would come home, my mother-in-law say, "Okay, well, I'm glad you're home. I'm gonna go pick up my grandkids. You guys, have fun." And I'm like, but you know what? That was a beautiful time because when you're away from your wife, and I miss my children too, but when you're away from your wife, you know, men and women, we have desires, right? We want to be with each other. And I tell you, I would come home from deployment and I just wanted to be with my wife for, a few weeks or a couple weeks anyway. But, that's the military life. And you appreciate, being with each other because when I came home, it was a blessing because my wife was happy because her husband was home alive in one piece. My kids were excited to see me, and I was so happy to be home.
Hmm.
The military will make you appreciate everything in your life
Oh yeah.
that you have. And every time I come home, I would thank God so much, and I would break down and get emotional because I remember seeing some of my friends, some of the people that I deployed with come home in body bags, and their wives would be heartbroken. their children would be, or if they're too young, they didn't know.
Mhm.
You know, and it makes me appreciate life because, and I wouldn't change a thing. If I had to do it over again, I would join the army and I would put myself in harm's way because I believe that's the best thing for our country, for me to give everything. And thank God, God didn't take everything. You know, they say those that serve, some gave it all, but all gave some. And what that
Mhm.
means is some will make the ultimate sacrifice, and some will come home alive, but something is missing. Something is taken from them. And you will never heal totally. And you will not live a full life because you know what? We're all casualties of war. We all live and die by the sword. And I will not live my full potential in my life because of my service to my country. And that's okay. That's fine. But physically, it's true. We all live and die by the sword. Even though we come home and we walk off the field of battle, we're still going to die from that sword wound. It's just a matter of time. Um, you
Well,
know, when I came home, I
Brent,
developed asthma. I got yeah, I'm just a mess. But anyway, sorry.
Brent, I'm gonna have to
I'm
say goodnight to everyone. It's
yeah.
already midnight here, so
Yeah, me too.
Oh my God, it's midnight on the East Coast. Let me go to bed.
no, I'm on the West Coast. It's like
I'm a West.
3:15 over there.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
midnight on the West Coast. It's 1:12 where I'm at.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, we were on for 4 hours and 25 minutes.
4.5 hours.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for
Well,
having me
Huh?
today. Thank you
thank
guys.
you for a great show, everyone.
Oh, thank you so
I'll catch
much.
you on the next live.
Yeah, thank you so much, Corey. Fun one. Thank you so much, young lady. It was a pleasure talking to you. Um,
Hmm.
I enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Um,
Thank you for giving us a chance to talk. Yeah.
oh yeah, I had a good time. And Dark Mother's Vessel, so good to hear from you again, young lady. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having us, and as always, for having a really great topic to talk about. Because there is nothing that I love more than talking about what it is that I appreciate about men like you. It's
Oh, thank you so much.
like you could talk about us all day. I could talk about you all day too.
I appreciate that, and I do. And thank you so much for coming on. It was a pleasure talking to you, and the whole panel was great. I know we kind of drifted and went into other things. That's okay. Um, the thing of it is we had a good discussion, and look, I share things with you guys, my mindset, and look, I want to tell you the true deal. And my wife, my life with my wife, there's a reason why I'm married to my wife. There's a reason why I feel the way I do. And I have love for black women, not because black women love me. It's because I love black women. It's because I've seen the true character and the love black women have. Does that mean they show that to me? Not necessarily. There have been black women that have shown me love and it impacted my life. But the thing of it is when there's true love, you love somebody because you love them, not because of how they treat you or how they feel about you. It's you love them because you love them. And if we can get that through our head as people, we would understand how to really truly love somebody. And we can take away conditions to loving people and just love them because you love them. And that was my whole point tonight. And my whole point was black women are the best option of any man of any race, seriously. And she might have a child or two, and that's okay. she's still the best option. And that's what I wanted to focus on. And that leads to the power couple, because the power couple isn't just two perfect people that do the right thing their whole life. No, none of us do that.
Right.
But that's what I wanted to tell you people. There are black women that have children that believed in the black love dream, that waited for that man, and he let her down. And it's not her fault. She believed that was the right thing to do. And my thing is you can meet this woman, fall in love with her, and you can still have the best wife in the world, even though she has a child. That was my whole point. There's nothing wrong with that. But anyway, I don't want to get carried off into that, because I do feel a certain way with that, because I see so many beautiful women that have children that feel they don't have options because they have children. And that's not true. And regardless of whether you have children or not, you deserve to be loved, ladies. You deserve to be the best option that you are. You deserve to have a man that loves you, whether you have a child or two or not. That was my whole point. I really wanted to dig into this because I know so many black women that are my friends that have children that would love to be married. And they're good women. They're beautiful. And I just wanted to, my heart is really focused on this because I see so many women that are overlooked because they have a child. And I don't want women to suffer because they have children, because they believed in a man that didn't come through for them. That was my whole thing. But let me stop harping on that, or we'll be on here all night.
Because I was about to say you should try my method, start breaking people up. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
I'll be quiet, and you have a great night, and thank you again for this live. It was great.
Oh, thank you so much, Dark Mother's Vessel. Good to see you, young lady. It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming on. And everybody on the panel, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and close this, guys. And look, I'm wearing, this is the New York Islanders, and I'm wearing this for my friend, that lives in New York, just showing support. But anyway, beyond that, thank you guys for coming on this panel. Ladies, you were beautiful as usual. A lot of great points. Corey, thank you so much, brother. I had a good night. This has been a beautiful day. This channel reached 7,000. Who would ever thought, right? I'm so grateful and thankful. But thank you so much. I had a good time. Guys, have a blessed day. I will have a prayer meeting tomorrow. And it'll be a short one, but, come join in. And I'll put the time when I know more about it. I got a lot going on. But thank you so much. This has been a blessing. God bless you and your families. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making this channel what it is. It's because of you I'm here. It's because of you it exists. But thank you so much. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you tomorrow on a prayer meeting, okay? Have a good night. God bless.